Greetings and salutations, everybody. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the stream. Today is I'm really short. Why am I? Today is I'm really short. I checked that even before the stream. I don't know what happened. Anyway, today is Sunday, July 31st, 2022, and strap in. Talking to myself mostly. So we're gonna be here for a fucking while. You know why? You know why? Because I like to talk. Because I talk a lot. I do. I talk a lot. Damn, do I talk a lot. Anyway. But that's not new information. What is new information? Okay, so the new information is that our React-a-thon is today. I didn't, really heavily, market or advertise this because, wait, what am I? My sister messaged me, sorry. Okay. Yeah, you do. Fuck. And so I'm going to be taking a short break starting August 4th through the 14th. So I won't be here for about 10 days. And I wanted to make sure, though, that the YouTube channel kept its content going. We've been putting up a video a day every single day for a while now, mostly because we had such a backlog of videos of games trailers to react to. And I was like, I'd really like to keep that going, especially while I'm gone. Here's the problem with needing essentially 2 weeks worth of daily uploads already uploaded is that you also gotta record them. So that's what we're here for. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run some Stream Raiders, and then we're gonna watch a shitload of game trailers. It's gonna be real small for everybody, but there's pages upon pages of game trailers down there, pulled straight out of the Discord. Straight out of the Discord. So yeah. Let's get Stream Raiders going, and then let's get started. Because, yeah, damn, we got a ways to go. Okay, Stream Raiders first, though. Let's go this way. I need to place healers. That's not happening. Do we have any villagers to help us? We have one villager over here to help us. Nice. Help us, villager. Help us survive. Help us. Work your magic. Give us the candy. Show us the truth in it all. I need to win 20 battles. Yeah, okay. I'll just casually actually probably get a healthy way through that weekly objective today, considering how long we're going to be here. But that's not what's important, okay? Not what's important. Don't worry about that. No, do worry about that. Stay with me. Okay. Now, we're going to jump right in. So, here's what we're doing. We're doing reactions. We're doing a lot of them. And the way that these work is that I will read an intro off of my head. Then we'll check out the trailer. Then we'll talk about the trailer, all right? And when it just kind of feels like the conversation's starting to wrap up, or it's just time to go because we've already been talking too long, then I'll read an outro, and then that'll conclude the actual video part, and then we'll make faces. Face gets used as a thumbnail, rinse and repeat, 16 times. It's the plan today. I might have to take a couple of breaks, as I do normally stand for these reactions. And given that I'm standing right now, and with the general amount of time that I talk, which is an average of 10 to 30 minutes per video, we might be here for fucking 8 hours. So I might have to sit down after a little while. But I got my water, I got my coffee, I have eaten food. And here we are. All right. Killer Instinct, calm down. We're not going to waste any time because the sooner we get started, the sooner we get done. Got a ways to go. A lot of the stuff you're going to see is going to be from the last couple of months because I missed a lot of stuff from when... Speaking of Theslamar was in my house. It's his fault that I missed the Street Fighter trailer. I would have rather missed the Street Fighter trailer and had you here, friend. Okay. Okay. So we're just going to get started. Got a lot to go. All right. Remember, you could put those high swans. I'll show you. Like if it. Nope, not the high swans. The YouTube swans. I'm good at this. All right. I'm super professional. And Theslamar, I know that you don't have a sub right now, so I'll just fix that instead of explaining to you how to unlock that emote with channel points. There we go. Gets us closer to our subscriber goal anyway. If it'll process. There we go.
Rank up.
That's not supposed to make noise on this screen. Hold on. It's this one. I'll just mute. Does mute alerts let them still play? They just don't make noise?
Rank up.
Nope. Sure doesn't. He said that for months. You know, I fixed the sound alerts, okay? I fixed those. Hold on. Wait, they're not. Is it this one? Yeah. Properties. Filters. We'll just audio filters. Gain. Yeah. None. Close.
Rank up.
It didn't make it quieter at all. The sound is coming from something else. I don't know. I don't understand. I legitimately have no idea now. Just stop trying. I will just stop trying. Okay. Anyway, here we go. Oh, that looks weird. Stop it. There we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you. Today we are checking out Street Fighter 6, multiple parts of it, basically everything that was released back during the non-E3, the Summer Games Fest, the Capcom Fest, the Capcom Showcase, the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase, all that stuff. I was on vacation during that time. I missed it all, and I'm still trying to play catch-up. And the only thing I remember seeing with Street Fighter 6 was their atrocious-ass logo, and they've changed it a bit with like this little graphic and stuff that's on it, but it still sucks. It's the worst looking 6 I've ever seen. That said, when we did see the initial game, I was like, you know what? The visuals don't look too bad. But, you know, Street Fighter is something that is very beloved to a lot of people. Street Fighter G. And it's not to me, and it's mostly just because, like, it took a long time before I actually got into fighting games. I'll admit, I was a Smash person, right? I played a shitload of Smash Bros, but I didn't play a lot of fighting games up until a friend introduced me to Blaze Blue, and then I stayed at their house literally until the sun came up playing Blaze Blue. We literally just played Jin versus Ragna for, like, 10 hours straight, with barely any breaks. And I was like, man, that was a lot of fun. That was really sick. And then after that point forward, I started to get more into fighting games. Everything before that was very obscure. Like I said, well, I won't say that Smash is obscure, but it's like I played like a little bit of Tekken on the PlayStation 1, but I was playing alone because I was a lonely child. And then the Bloody Roar was another one that I played, and then like Soul Calibur 2 on the Nintendo GameCube, which is sick because you had Link and you could get the fairy sword. But again, I was playing alone. So in terms of like modern engagement of fighting games with friends, not much except for the last 10 years, which, I mean, 10 years is a decent amount of time, but it's not the legacy that people have of like, I remember Super Street Fighter 2 back in the arcade and how lovely it was, and everyone was crowded around with quarters in hand. And I'm like, I don't know what that's like. But I'll stop rambling about my childhood because that got uncomfortable for me, and we will start watching some stuff regarding Street Fighter 6. So we're going to start with the official gameplay trailer, the face feature, and then the Guile trailer, and that's all we have right now. Let's go ahead and get started. Seem quiet? Great game. Fantastic. Luke!
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off in the
His
right
rocket
foot in this
arms.
city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey, there I do this. Never fear lose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved.
Pretty sure unless your name is Kimbo Slice, don't go getting in street fights to build popularity as a fighter. Wait, this game has like a... That's not what I was expecting. Am I getting copywritten for this song? Probably. Don't know how I feel about Luke.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
Looks real good though. Like the visual style of Street Fighter has always been a weird one for me since they moved from sprites. Which I just mentioned earlier, I barely got to play the games at all when they were sprites. God damn, Chun-Li, your fucking legs. But like, I felt like both Street Fighter 4 and 5 were just kind of weird looking.
This is our destiny. My secret art.
World Tour Fighting Ground Battle Hub. Were those the words that we just got past? What is it with fighting games and needing to make weird lobbies for their multiplayer? Like, genuine question. Like, because, like, this is definitely their little lobby, right? Like, and we've ran around so many of these, and they're always janky. And it's just like, can you please just give me a menu? Just give me a menu to where I can queue in and just have a fight with some friends. Or not, even. You know, like, why? Why do we have to do these? I don't understand. I'm too much of a loner and prefer my fighting games to be a solo experience as Armageddon and Shaolin Monks. Those are practically RPGs, but yes, I can understand that. What's this face feature? Luke, your hair is bigger than my head, and that's saying something. My head's huge. That's it? All right. What is the point of this? I mean, it's harmless, right? It's harmless, but what's the purpose of it? Also, like, like, Ryu, what are your eyebrows doing? They're taking over your headband. They're eating them. Oh my God. All right, let's just go look at Guile. Style, I guess, allows you to have some personality in your matchmaking screen. That's why Virtua Fighter 4 is one of my favorite. I mean, it's why I like Soul Calibur so much. Like, of the games I mentioned before, like, Soul Calibur was great. but it had like progression and story and stuff. You actually had to like do certain objectives to unlock different weapons for characters and stuff.
You won't know what hit you.
Let me have some fun.
Let's get this mission started.
Man, so here's the thing, right? One thing that I will genuinely say I appreciate about Street Fighter is that Street Fighter, the characters are aging, right? Like Chun-Li in the first game was like 16 and she's like 40 something now. If we looked at earlier in the video when we were watching that first trailer, Chun-Li has gotten older. Ryu has gotten older. We got that old man Ryu now. He's got that old man chest. And look at where'd he go? Look at Guile. Look at this grizzled old veteran now. Before he was the Korean War upstart, you know, got the freaking military camouflage, what do they call it, a tank top on, and now he's got like almost graying facial hair, and he's just like old, like. He's just like, oh, he's waiting for retirement. He's got to keep on beating up these kids. He's like, fuck, man. I'm not allowed to hit you the same way anymore. The military's changed, but whatever. The world's getting better, I think. I don't know. You want to fight? Fine. Whatever. Go get approval from command. I don't give a shit. I think it's to give yourself more uniqueness to your Ryu rather than just everyone else's Ryu. Depends on how many options there are. If there's only 4 options, you're unique in 4 ways, and everyone else fits into the same boxes. Guile's arms are jacked as hell. I mean, he's got nothing to do. He's at the end of his retirement. So, you know, he's just like, yeah, might as well just work out. I can't imagine punching Guile feels good, by the way. Like, you're talking about his muscles. He's so muscular that punching him has to hurt. Punching people hurts in general. I can speak from experience. But punching someone that damn solid's gotta suck. He looks fucking cool, though.
Time to end this. Fire. Double. Seven.
That's who I want to be my commander.
I'm just on another level.
This fucking guy. Oh my god. He fucking whips out a butterfly comb and fixes his hair. Get on my level. I'll see you at 0400 for PT tomorrow. If you're not there, I'm gonna double somersault you into your barracks. I'm gonna make sure I break 3 of the double beds, and you have to fix them with your toes. Now, I want you to get on the ground and start doing push-ups until I get tired. I'm gonna go get a coffee. I'll be back. You don't stop, though. He is pretty sick. He looks really great. I really love just his kind of design in general. He also looks really badass. I'm really curious about what they're gonna do with Street Fighter 6. I've been seeing Maximilian Dude play it, and it looks pretty damn good because it looks like a step forward from Street Fighter. Because, like, I tried Street Fighter 4 and 5, and I just didn't jive with them very well. And maybe it's because, like, I mentioned all of the other games that I just played, right? Which a lot of them are not games that are like Street Fighter, and Street Fighter was this other game that I had tried, and I was like, man, this just does not slot into my brain design very well. But Street Fighter 6 was some of the, like, I'm going to say modernizations that they're making to the franchise and the formula. I'm like, you know, maybe I'll try this one. Maybe I'll try it, give it a good, genuine shake. I don't normally put a ton of hours into fighting games. Like, I've put a lot of hours into Smash, but that's because it's a party game. I put a lot of hours into Soul Calibur 2, but that was for the story elements and because I didn't have a whole lot else to play when I was just a young kid. And in terms of modern fighting games, I don't normally get more than 30 hours out of them, which, mind you, for a full price purchase, if I got 30 hours, I didn't get 30 hours out of Final Fantasy VII Remake, okay? And I wasn't sad about that. And so if I'm able to get 30 hours out of a fighting game, that's actually really, really good. If I don't get at least 10, I'm a little sad. Because there are a couple fighting games that I've purchased recently, and I was like, yeah, if I can get a good, healthy amount of time out of Street Fighter 6, I'll be pretty happy about it. I don't think it'll become the fighting game that I just want to play, but it does look pretty damn decent. But what did you think? Let me know now. I'm so good at talking. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. What's your experience with Street Fighter as a franchise, fighting games as a genre? Put it down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own so that we can watch them together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right. There's hat change number 1 of a lot. Hat change number 1 of a lot. All right. How we doing on Zabato? Because we talked quite a bit about Street Fighter. 10 minutes. Perfect. Good thing you have them lined up. Or do you mean the reaction videos? Thanks, Eve. Don't mind me. I'm stupid. All right. All right. On to the next. 1 down, 17 to go. Fuck. When I say it like that, it sounds scary. Put those YouTube swans in the chat if you would like. Otherwise, we're just going to get started. And Nasolak, you mentioned Virtua Fighter 4. Did Virtua Fighter 4 have like a story mode in it? You're like, yeah, that's why you liked Virtua Fighter 4. I've never played Virtua Fighter either, though. I know nothing about it at all. Had a lot of costume customization. Oh, okay. All right. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Endling Extinction is Forever. Now, this game actually already released. It released back in July, but it's been on the list of things that I wanted to check out anyway, because games are, there's so many games out there, right? There's millions now. Like, especially if you are involved in PC gaming, there's just a dozen to 24 to 100 games released like every single day, which is good because it's giving us the ability to have more options in gaming. But at the same time, it makes it harder to see the games that you might otherwise be interested in. And I'm not just talking about like big AAA releases, right? Like, of course, that stuff gets blasted out all over the place. Tons of marketing. You see it all over. It gets blasted on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook and everything else. So, you know, you will always know when a new Call of Duty is coming out. You will always know when the next Final Fantasy game is coming out. You will always know when the next Street Fighter game is coming out. But there's a lot of games that aren't on that scale and that caliber that end up being really enjoyable games that are just hard to see through the forest of releases that are all being bundled in there. It's one of the reasons I love doing these reactions, because I get to see games that I very easily might not have seen or taken notice of otherwise, or taken the time to just genuinely look at beyond like a freaking sizzle reel, you know? Especially like Nintendo Switch Directs are really bad about this, where they just kind of chuck in a lot of games back to back to back, and you're like, that was cool too. Okay. yeah, sure. And then the direct is over and you're like, I don't remember anything, but they showed off Star Ocean at the end. Although I don't I don't actually know if the new Star Ocean is coming to Nintendo Switch, so maybe ignore me on that one. But anyway, that brings us to a game like Endling Extinction is Forever. And it's, from what I understand, you're a fox with like a fox cub or two who's just trying to survive. I'm going to let the trailers speak for themselves, and we'll actually see what it is. I did go ahead and grab the initial announcement trailer that was back from December of 2021, just so that we could have complete context of the game in total. So we do have the announced trailer. We got like the release date trailer, a gameplay trailer, and a launch trailer. They're all fairly short, but just giving you a heads up for what we're getting into. That's really freaking cute. Oxygen is a right. Holy crap, is that a sign? Goddamn. Going into Dave the Barbarian levels, I can't afford the air tax here. Oh, hell no! Hey! This game sounds heartbreaking. Obviously, it's called Endling Extinction is Forever, but Jesus, okay. So this is the release date trailer. So, are you a fox? It looks like a fox, but that little fox cub definitely just barked like a puppy. Foxes don't make dog noises. Hang on. Did that say Care Corp? Because we care. As they dump trash into the river. No, foxes make screaming woman noises, and it's terrifying. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? I was like, they don't make little bark bark sounds. That is a buck that's whose antlers are on fire. Man, so, oh god, here's the question though. Like, you know, this looks like an experience. It's artsy, it's trying to send a message, and that's fine. But at the same time, my next question is, how does this end in a way that isn't just like super depressing? Okay, that last one was a release date trailer. This is the launch trailer. They look the same so far, but I digress. Like, I don't know how this game ends in a way that just isn't horrendously sad. I didn't just replay the same trailer, did I? I think I did. This looks the same, although this is a much higher quality trailer in terms of like bit rate. Like, we actually got some defined edges and stuff on here. It's not nearly as blurry, so I'm gonna enjoy it anyway. I wonder also what the game over circumstances for this game are. Because, like, I wonder if you can get a game over if you lose any of the cubs, or if you only lose, like, if there's an ending for if you lose, like, one of them, right? Or I'm thinking of like, supermassive games where it's got multiple endings based on who survives and who dies. So this is supposed to be the gameplay trailer. That said, these trailers have looked very similar so far. Welcome in, Cerulean. I don't get the impression this is a very long game. Looks very, very similar again. These are all supposed to be different trailers. These all had different names, right? Like that, we had names like release date trailer, launch trailer, gameplay trailer. These are all very similar. Is YouTube having a glitch? It's all the same. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, that said, that game still regardless of all of these 3 trailers that absolutely are the same trailer by different names, it does still look painful. I didn't even want to say good because it does look good, but it looks painful. All right. I don't think that I will be walking away from that experience with a very large smile on my face. I don't think it has a happy ending. And if it does, it's a very bittersweet ending where you're like, I guess that's a good ending. It's as good as we could have hoped for. Yay. You're gonna cry. Yeah, hey now, you're right. Probably. Because you probably don't get to save all the Cubs. Or if you do, their life still sucks at the end. So, you know. Yeah, but what did you think? Let me know what you thought of Endling Extinction is Forever. This game is actually already out. It is released. So if you've played it, let me know what your experiences with it has been. If you've enjoyed it, what you think about it. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream. Because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. And I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Schwansters, can we talk about how good you are at making the space behind you look like a giant studio space? Look at it. It's love. There's my chair. Don't look at the chair. Look at that. Perfectly got off screen, and I love that you can still see just the little shadow here, even though it's snuck off screen. So, but yeah, look. It's to add depth, man. It's to add depth to the space behind me. Make sure to tap the bell to cry like a baby. Hey now. I don't cry on command. Not quite. All right. Not quite. Actually, that Street Raiders thing is probably about 4, 3, 2. Nice. So good at this. See that timing? That mad timing? Oh, shit. These fuckers. Fucking mouse shooters are evil. I'm gonna curse them. I'm sure I can tap your bells and make you cry. Whoa. Hold on now. Whoa. Yeah, you're probably right. How are you this morning, Napalm? Napalm, I just realized I actually have no idea where you're located. It might not be morning for you anymore. Because it's freaking 8:30 at night for Eve. But Eve's across the pond. I know you're somewhere here in the US of A. Los Estados Unidos. When I first saw you and Athena's stream, I thought you guys were in a huge underground streamer layer. I mean, okay, so I'll show you behind the curtain, okay? Hang on, let me make sure I can. One moment. Okay, I can't. I don't know what's out there. Shock with the monks. Let's get into this boss battle and then I'll show you real quick. So you're not far off from it being like a giant underground streamer layer. It's not all dedicated to streaming, but it is just like a space dedicated to like relaxing, essentially. So when we bought our house, it is technically only a single level home, but we consider it 2 stories because there is a garden level basement. So like there's a window right here that I can see out, but like the ground is like right here on my chest when I look out the window, right? And then behind you guys is the garage. And so the basement down here is where we set up the streamer stuff. I need to place healers. We ain't placing no healers. Fuck that noise. And so if I go to, actually, let me go to this screen. The lights are off over here, so you can't see them. You might not be able to see much, but so there's like this table, and then like you can't see it because the computer shit's in the way, but there's actually a drum set over there. It's actually perfectly blocked by the monitor and shit. And then we got like a little, uh-oh, did I just break the fucking webcam? Shit. Oh no. Oh no. Hold. Oh, I came back. Good job, webcam. I'm so proud of you. This one will actually probably be easier. So you can barely see it right there is the drum set, and then around the corner to the left there actually leads into the house and stuff. But the actual streamer stuff is all right here. Yeah, it's my little Bulbasaur. My little Valentine's Bulbasaur. Drum stream when? Oh, Bella. You know, I would love to, but it's over there. Like, there's a lot of things that I want to do, but it's all about time. I remember the old house and oh yeah, it was tight. Like, regardless of where we were at, it was tight. Because when we were in the spare room at the apartment, there was like room for a chair between the computer and the wall. Like, there was no space behind us whatsoever. And then even when we were in the living room, we had to set up the partition behind us to break us away from everything else. And even then, like, in order for the partition to cover all of the camera, it was like snugging up to your butt. Really good use of space. I'm jealous. I'll admit I'm super happy with it. But there's a lot of things that I do want to do, which is things like I would love to be able to do a drum stream. I would love to be able to set up like a VR stream of some sort. Like, both of those things would be sick. But they require like, these cameras that we use are both like hooked to the desk and stuff. And so we would need to figure out some other camera stuff. Like, this space would work for VR actually right behind me. But in terms of drums, they are across the room, and I wouldn't want to try to figure out how to like move them or put them on a thing that's easy to move. And so like I don't know how I would do that exactly. I'd probably just need to set up some cameras and like run them like with long USB cables over to the computer and stuff. But that's all thoughts for the future. All thoughts for the future. All right, we're going to do another reaction, though. Like I said, I got to do so many of these before I take a break from streaming for 10 days, but I don't want the YouTube content to slow down. I did see the lunges and squats, Bella. I'm currently debating on whether I'm doing them. And it's not because I don't want to do them for you. It's because I do all my reactions standing up, and we have like 16 more reactions to go in order to get all this content built out and scheduled for YouTube during my break. And so I'm going to be standing for like, I don't know, 8 hours, like maybe 9. And I'm like, I don't really want to know if I want to start working the legs out to see if let's not push it. So I'm going to leave them in there. If I don't do them, I will refund your points, but I'm just going to leave them in there right now. For now. You got plenty of hours to make those squats add up to 50. Oh. You got plenty of time to die. Could you squat and lunge while resting? Probably. It doesn't sound like a rest, though. While reacting? Right. All right. So, greetings and salutations, everybody. if I was a headset streamer, that'd be a lot easier. That'd be a lot easier. You sent a picture in Discord of the nightmare you deal with. Well, the other thing is, Napalm, is haven't you had to move locations a few times? Oh, shit. I don't know if you're okay with me showing this on screen. oh man, you're packed in a corner now. I definitely used to have a setup very similar to that, but I didn't even have a corner desk. I was smushed up against a wall. All right, I'll bring it out here. Yeah, it wasn't until we bought our house that I got this space. And even when we bought this space, so the day before we closed on the house, like we'd already signed the paperwork and everything. We were waiting for them to take the paperwork to the recorder's office. Our agent calls us and he's like, "Hey, are you sitting down?" And I'm like, "Fuck, David, what?" And he's like, "The house is flooded." And I was like, "Excuse me?" And he goes, "Yeah, the sellers thought that they were done with the house, so they turned off all the heat and everything in November in Alaska and then left. And of course, a pipe burst and it flooded the house. So the middle bathroom in the main level is destroyed and your entire basement floor is completely destroyed and a lot of the ceiling between it is wrecked." And I was like, "David, I don't want the house unless they fix it." I was like, "I'll still take it if they fix it. I don't want to fix it. I don't want to pay to fix it. I don't want to have to do anything besides like oversee the people fixing it. But if they're not going to commit to fixing it, don't let them close on it and file it at the recorder's office." And he goes, "I'll take care of it." They did. They did. It took a while, right? Because like we had to get a crew in here to remove all of the damaged stuff. And there was a lot. Like the floor in here looked like a wave pool, man. And so they had to take everything out. They ripped out a lot of the ceiling in here, all of the floor. They ripped out a ton of stuff. They completely gutted the middle bathroom upstairs. And then we had to wait for them to fix it. It took like 5 months total because, of course, you're waiting on insurance shit too because they were going through their insurance. But, like, it sucked. It sucked. But I will say, I did get a nice bathroom completely remodeled upstairs and this entire room downstairs remodeled without me having to pay anything and without it affecting the price of the house. So I made off on it really, really well. Like, I got a completely remodeled bathroom and an entire remodeled basement effectively for free. And I was like, as much as that sucked, I got hardwood floors in here now, yo. Like, I got fucking new lights and shit now, yo. I'm like, it sucked, but it was real nice. But it did mean when we moved in, all of this, my workstation, me and everything, I was sitting in the living room, man. I set up my desk in the living room, and that's where we were going from. That was a good time. It was a good time. Okay, let's get into the next one. All right. Remember, we got these wonderful YouTube swans. Hi, YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Oh no, Miss Bella, you're missing something. You dropped this. It's gonna make noise. I know it is.
Rank up.
That's right, we take care of it now and it's fine. There we go. See, Miss Bella, you dropped that. You're fine now. You can say hi, YouTube. I realized I should probably just put that as a follower. Oh, wait, I can't. It's animated. I was going to be like, oh, just put it as a fucking follower emote. Animated emotes are subscribers only. So never mind. My smart idea is a bust. Fuck you, Twitch. Anyway. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Resident Evil 4, the reveal trailer of the remake. You know, it's interesting to me that Capcom just has decided that they're just going to remake all of the Resident Evils. Is that just what we're getting now? You're fine, Napalm. Is that just what we're getting now? Is that what's just going to happen? Are they going to catch up to themselves? Because these remakes are coming out pretty quick, right? Compared to like Resident Evil 7 and 8. Like, I feel like we've gotten Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4. Like, boom, 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 pow. Also, genuine question. Genuine question. Are they going to remake Resident Evil 5? Because while I know there's a lot of people that greatly dislike that game, I will admit, I greatly enjoy that game. Is it a good Resident Evil game? Fuck no. Is it a good game? Yeah, I think it is. It's a lot of fun to play. I think it's actually a really solid game. Did I just split my lip? I think I did. It's a good day. It's a good day. Things are going so well. Anyway, but of course, Resident Evil 4, I think largely is the most popular Resident Evil game that exists. It's been on everything. They ported it to every single console and more. They made a VR version of it. Everyone knows the Ashley memes, Ashley getting the dumpster, all of that stuff, right? So this is the one that I think most people have been curious about in terms of what we can expect for it, because it's the largest one. Not necessarily in scale or scope, because I think the remakes of Resident Evil 2 and 3 were larger ventures, because you're taking that older gameplay style and bringing it to a more modern gameplay style, just with kind of an overhaul, kind of like looking at like the Final Fantasy VII remake, where it's so like it was a larger endeavor to complete and to finish, compared to something like the Last of Us Part 1 remake, which is still beautiful. I still think it's a really good like product, but what you're trying to do and trying to accomplish are very, very different things. And so with Resident Evil 4, this is the first one of these that it's not that way, right? Where you're like, okay, Resident Evil 4 was new enough that you are now not completely starting from scratch when it comes to the product that you are remaking. So I don't know what this has in it. I've heard a couple of things, but I've not seen it. So let's go. What are you buying? What are you selling? Not enough cash. I'll buy that for a high price. Arr! It's a hell of a trailer, guys.
Condor 1 to roost. I've located baby eagle.
There you go. No? That's it? Ashley! Ashley, where are you going? Resident Evil 4 is goofy as hell. That's why we love it. Because it's goofy.
Guess you, me, picked the wrong spot to vacation, eh?
Los Plagas.
You will receive our most sacred body. It begins now.
Okay. Oh, there's still a little bit more.
If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
You know, one of the other interesting things I think about going into Resident Evil 4 as a remake, with that last bit that they just talked about, right? Of like this time, Leon talking about this time it has to be different, is that Resident Evil 2, the original one, I never played, right? But now that we have Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake, we're starting to be able to have a more cohesive timeline for Resident Evil, at least the base mainline games. And Leon, of course, in Resident Evil 2, it's his first day on the job, right? And like he got caught up in a horrible atrocity. And none of that is really ever referenced or talked about at all in the original release of Resident Evil 4. There's a couple little nods to it, but it never really seems to have any weight. And Leon doesn't seem to have a whole lot of a trauma, I guess is the word that I'll use, any type of self-reflection or anything like that. And that actually, what they just showed off of him saying it's got to be different this time, actually gives me more hype for this game than I would have had otherwise, because I think we'll see a larger amount of depth in characters, all of them, because like we saw Ada Wong there, right? And Ada Wong also from the past remakes we get more of these characters in a different light, and I'm really curious if we'll actually get to, if they'll expand Resident Evil 4 and let us play as Ada. They might not, but I would like to see it. But regardless of that, it does make me interested to see with this game what they will change from 4 to 4 Remake. Because when it comes to these remakes, most of the time with these bigger companies, they're not wanting to literally just go one for one. They want to take it, adapt it to a modern gameplay standard, and then also modernize it in which ways they can. And I think that that's a good thing. I don't believe they should just make one-to-one remakes. I don't think it's healthy from a creative standpoint. I don't think it's healthy from a design standpoint. But it makes me more interested and intrigued of what we might see in terms of character and story progression and development in Resident Evil 4 Remake compared to what we had in the original one. So there's a developer overview. It's only a couple minutes long, so let's see what they have to say.
And I'm Yoshiaki Hirabayashi, producer of Resident Evil 4. This title is a reimagining of Resident Evil 4, based on the original 2005 release. Similar to other titles in the series, we are carefully preserving what makes the original title special.
It better be a short, angry man
for everyone to enjoy when it launches in 2023. Today, we'll reintroduce a bit of the game's story.
Resident Evil 4 is set 6 years after the events in Raccoon City, depicted in Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. The main character of the game, Leon S. Kennedy, survived the Raccoon City incident and was assigned as an agent directly under the President of the United States. Leon is dispatched to a quiet village in Europe as part of a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of the President. You might notice Leon is much more mature and fearless due to his past experiences.
Yeah, okay. So mature.
The Ganado, the main enemies of this game, wait for him. The experience of being attacked by hordes of crazed Ganado is truly an iconic moment from Resident Evil.
Yeah, the first village is awful.
To truly bring out the concept of terror of people controlled by madness, the Ganado have been completely redesigned.
Let's take a closer look at the game itself.
What do you mean by redesigned?
The over-the-shoulder camera returns, of course.
Of course.
Leon arrives at a dense and dangerous forest. We want to nail the feeling of loneliness and fear of not knowing what lies ahead, even more so than the original. Of course, there will also be thrilling battles. People that played the recent Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 should find this familiar. Look forward to future announcements, where we'll have more information on the game.
Maybe that's what we'll do in October, is play through them.
It's being developed for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, Series S, and PC. The release date will be March 24th, 2023.
How does Capcom do with release dates?
We are aiming to create a Resident Evil 4 that everyone can enjoy, so please look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No Game Pass, though. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that it's not on Game Pass. It's not a game that I would have expected to be on Game Pass. I don't think... are the other ones have touched Game Pass yet? I don't think that they have, but I don't think that Capcom is interested in putting them on Game Pass because they're selling really well anyway. Capcom is just making money hand over fist. And I'll say I'm glad that Capcom is making money hand over fist just because they're making money by just making good games, right? Games like the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, now Resident Evil 4 remake, Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 7. They're all games that are just games, right? Now, whether you think they're good or not, that's completely up to you. That's a very subjective thing. But the thing is that they're not selling you infinite amounts of microtransactions. They're not freemium games that are trying to nickel and dime you with gacha systems. We can also look at a different franchise, Monster Hunter World. It had one expansion, which was Iceborne, and it was really, really good, sold shitloads. It put Monster Hunter on a global platform, whereas before it was still very, very niche. And then we immediately saw them go into Monster Hunter Rise, which initially launched exclusively on the Switch. A year later, or however long it was, came out onto PC, had an absolutely incredible release both times, sold tons, and then they released a singular expansion, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, which is also just selling all over the place. They're making tons of money by just making good video games, right? Street Fighter. Okay, actually, they have a... Oh, hold on. Rewind. They have a horrible track record with how the fuck they sell Street Fighter, okay? But that said, Street Fighter 6 looks pretty good. But Capcom is just making games and making good games and selling lots of them, which is cool. I'm happy about that, and I hope that they continue to do this. If anything, to hopefully show some other companies that you can make lots and lots of money by doing this. It would be great. I would appreciate it. So, you know, all the same, this looks cool. I really want to see more of it. I'm curious if they're... I'm mostly curious about what they said about that the Ganado have been completely redesigned, because I don't know what that means, right? It makes me worried that they don't have bug heads to where you're like, I shot his head off and then comes out, you know? Maybe, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. It's actually not that far away. It's only like 6 months out. That's pretty soon. So regardless of what they end up deciding with how they're going to do the Ganado, I really hope that it's still true to the original in some way. So maybe it comes out from anywhere you shoot them now instead. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. A lot of those assets look straight up ripped out of Village. Smart game development. Don't have that opinion on the internet, Napalm. Be careful, because you will be like drawn and quartered. Because even though, yes, video games constantly reuse assets, that is smart game development, as you said. For some reason, the internet doesn't think that that's how that things should go or things should be. And so, you know, I don't know what they think is going on, but yeah, so, you know, but you're right. They probably did reuse some assets from Village. I apologize for messing with the camera so much. I took off my slippers and my feet because my feet were getting too hot, and then I was like, shit, now I'm too short. I apologize. Anyway, Resident Evil 4. That looks cool. It looks cool. I am very excited for it. Of all the Resident Evil games, Resident Evil 4 is the one that holds closest to me, and I'm excited to play it with the modern touches 18 years later, and having all of the beautiful ability of what modern game development is. This should be really, really sick, although I need to properly play through RE2 and 3 remake. Like I said, maybe in October. Maybe we'll do that as part of the what is it called? Halloween. I'm good with words. What do you think, though? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Where are you sitting on Resident Evil? Do you like what they've been doing with the remakes, Resident Evil 2 and 3? What else would you like to see them do in the remakes? How would you feel about a Resident Evil 5 remake? How are you sitting with Resident Evil 7 and 8? And where do those sit for you? I would love to hear from you. Please leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Yes, Eve. I didn't change my hat for this one. Fuck. I'm a failure. And hello, Ella. Thank you for lurking and listening. I'll be right back. Change it in the middle of the next one? No, I'm alright. I'm fine. I do hope Chun-Li's Hazanshu attack is an overhead attack in Street Fighter 6. Is that what makes or breaks it for you? That singular thing? Alright, more Resident Evil, though. I'm really curious if there's something in this. I want to know. Yakuza does it a lot. It might be my favorite game series. Does what a lot, Napalm? I'm trying to think of the past conversation, and I'm just not sure what... Oh, reusing game assets. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, you visit the same cities. Like, most of all the Yakuza series takes place in the same, like, cities, in the same areas of the cities. So it's like, you can... If you've played one Yakuza game and went through, like, Golden Yokocho, then when you go to Golden Yokocho in another Yakuza game, you will already know your way around because it's the same city. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. All right. On to the next one. I appreciate all of you so much for hanging out and chatting it up and discussing these games with me, by the way. I really appreciate it. All right, here we go. Let me check on that Stream Raiders battle. 3 minutes. We'll get a sound in the middle of the video. We'll be fine. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Resident Evil Village, the Gold Edition, the expansion, whatever you want to call it. Now, I have not played Resident Evil Village, and there's a specific reason for that. I was definitely on board with the Lady D step on me stuff, right? Because, like, big lady, please step on me. Sounds great. But I played Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, got introduced to Ethan Winters and the freaking Jack family. I forget what their name is, right? And I will admit, I did not like it. I did not like Resident Evil 7. I didn't like the change to first person. I didn't like Ethan as a character. The game was very small in scope. The villains were very limited. There was so much about Resident Evil 7 that I did not like compared to the rest of the franchise. You're basically locked in like 2 houses and a barn, and that's where the entire game takes place, and it's such a limiting space, and you're only interacting with the same like 3 people, and there's no variance in any of them, and a lot of the characters don't have a whole lot of depth. Like, Jack was a good character, but that said, Jack wasn't a strong enough character to carry the entire game, and I just did not like it. I did not like a lot of the things that they did in Resident Evil 7, and that made me not very interested in Resident Evil 8. That said, I know part of what this announcement is, which this announcement involves them maybe making that a little bit better. I know that Ethan is still like just a freaking milquetoast, bland-ass, boring character in Resident Evil Village. I heard people say that he is not better in any way in this game. However, this update, expansion, special edition, I don't know what to call this. It adds one important thing, and I hope they show it off. And that is that they added a over-the-shoulder third-person camera into Resident Evil Village with whatever this gold edition is. And I'm like, yes. I don't know if, like, I know there's better characters in Village. I know that as much as, like, Lady D was the massive marketing, I know that she's only, like, 20% of the game, but there's more characters that have their own different motives and, like, agendas that exist within the village, and so I don't know a lot about those other characters. I hope that they end up having a lot more depth than the Baker? Is that what their name was? The Baker family? Than the Baker family did. That's what I'm going with. I feel like they were called the Bakers. Anyway. But I still wasn't very excited about playing first-person Resident Evil again, especially as Ethan. But they're like, hey, we added third person. I'm like, really? All right. But I'll stop talking for a moment, And we'll actually see what is in this trailer, because I'm curious now. Okay, we know that this is Rose, which is Ethan's daughter.
It's all right.
Which this is the actual expansion to this game, is content featuring Rose. I'm not sure if how much of that we see here.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do. I want to live a normal life.
Seems quiet as hell. Made it a little louder.
She's near death and ew, something just moved on her hand. Shut up. What's going on here?
You're just gonna ignore the gross in the back?
Oh, now we have a new little rabbit to pursue.
Aren't you the shopkeeper in 8? Why are you gross now? Maybe he was always gross, I don't know. Man, you know, here's the thing, actually.
It's time. Marking the target.
What is Mercenary?
Showtime!
No. What next?
I have no idea what Mercenaries is at all. I'm guessing it's like a horde shooter that it uses the RE engine. I'm just guessing. Please show some of... Thank you! Okay. I wanted to know what this looks like. I had only seen people mention it on Twitter, but I didn't see any actual, like, pictures of it. And I was like, do they not show it? Did they just say that it was an option? Okay, I'm actually gonna go back and look at it again. Yeah, I want to play that. I want to play that version of the game. So what is this, though? This is the Mercenaries trailer. Mercenaries was an RE4 mode with a bunch of extra missions and challenges. They also added Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries to the Oculus version, and it looks like they brought it back to this. Let's see if this is the same thing as what they just showed us. It's longer, though, so I don't think it is.
Let's do this.
What are these, like, wannabe 40K Space Marine looking things?
What a mess. It's showtime!
Is Carl Heisenberg fucking Magneto? I have not played any of Resident Evil 8, and I know jack shit about it.
Let's wrap this up quickly.
I did love seeing Chris in the 7 one. I played the DLC in Resident Evil 7. Okay, this is back to this, but is this a different... Oh no, this is just like a sizzle reel for gold. The Winters expansion. So one thing I do want to comment on, though, is like looking at this Rose DLC trailer, right? One of the things is that the way that they presented this, especially with this shot right here, they could have just presented this as its own game. Like, it felt like its own game. Obviously, it's 16 years later. We're playing as Rose, which is Ethan's daughter, and we don't know where Ethan is. Chris is apparently still around, although he's going to be 16 years older, so the dude's probably getting a little gray in the beard. He was getting a little gray in the beard, actually, at the beginning of 8, at least for the pictures that I saw. And I was like, they could have just presented this and labeled their own, like, standalone game called Shadows of Rose, and I would have been like, the fuck's that? That looks cool. Kind of Resident Evil vibes, but not Resident Evil. That looks fucking sick. I want to play it, right? Like that. Like this felt like its own game, but I was like, that's neat. That was cool. It kind of makes me think of like Xenoblade DLC, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a DLC that was called Torna: The Golden Country, and it was its own basically standalone game, and this feels very, very similar in that aspect. So that was neat, and like this actually is more interesting to me than Resident Evil 8 is as a whole. With the exception of this over-the-shoulder gameplay, right? This over-the-shoulder point of view makes me at least willing to play Resident Evil 8, because I will admit, before they announced that, I was like, oh, God, someone's going to have to, like, pay me, because I don't want to play it. And if Resident Evil 9 is first person again, I'm not going to want to play that one either. Although I wonder if Resident Evil 9 will just be Rose now. Because I feel like largely they try to, within Resident Evil, have a timeline. They have so many games in Resident Evil that it can be difficult to figure out where we're at in the timeline because of like the spin-offs, and the spin-offs do technically take place in the timeline. And like it's like Code Veronica takes place at the mansion, and then later you end up going to, and that's like a prequel to Resident Evil 1 or something, because you're going to find out what happened at the mansion from Code Veronica, but you don't know anything because the team disappeared. I could be completely wrong. I watched a video on it years ago. I don't remember that many details anymore. And then we're talking about how like the events of Raccoon City, and then, you know, following up on that, you're still playing as Leon. It's the same Leon from Resident Evil 2. And then like you got Chris Redfield in there, and then Chris Redfield goes off and does stuff in Africa. I actually have no idea what happens with Resident Evil 6 in the slightest. I don't actually know anybody who played that game. And then we still see continuations of those characters as they show up in Resident Evil 7 and 8. And so it's just still this long, continuous journey, relatively speaking. And so it would be interesting, though, because Shadows of Rose, like we mentioned, is 16 years in the future. That's a long time, right? That's a lot of time has passed, and a lot of things can happen to a lot of people in 16 years. And so if Resident Evil 9, we play as Rose, as like Resident Evil 9 takes place after the events of this Shadows of Rose Winter's expansion for Resident Evil 8, that moves the timeline forward a lot. And so it makes me wonder more like where we're going to be sitting with Resident Evil 9. Just kind of curious. But regardless, Shadows of Rose looks really cool, and I'm excited to have the option to play in third person mode, and it makes me actually willing, at least, to play Resident Evil 8. But what did you think? What did you think about this expansion? What do you think about Shadows of Rose? What do you think about them adding the third-person view option? Did you play Resident Evil 7 and 8? And if so, what were your thoughts and experiences with them? I understand, I admit that apparently my opinion is not the popular one when it comes to Resident Evil 7. A lot of people really love that game. I did not like it all. So leave your thoughts in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right. There's one set of windows down. I loved watching 7. I would have hated playing it. Reasonable. While this battle runs, I'm going to run and refill my coffee. I will be right back. Three Musketeers, they can be yours for 420 channel points. I'm checking what's next in the list. Okay. All right. Barrel Smasher with the Musketeers. We need to go for the gold so we can get the loyalty scroll chest. Oh, and we're at a super boss. Cool. Still hold the opinion that they should have had stuff more outside of the houses. The most memorable stuff was the ship because, well, it wasn't the same wooden walls everywhere else. I agree. That's one of the things that we talked about was why I hadn't played it. Don't mind me. Don't place around me. Don't place down there. I'm gonna blow those dudes up. And you guys need to kill the rest. There we go. Okay, that's the reason I hadn't played it, is because I was like, man, that sure looks like the entire game just takes place in like this one house, because all the marketing is just that one house. I was like, that seems like ass. And then my friends told me, we're like, it doesn't all take place in one house. And I was like, oh man, their fucking marketing lied to me. All right, I guess I'll play it. And then it was like, you know, friends, you didn't technically lie to me, but you kind of fucking lied to me. Because sure, it doesn't all take place in the one house, but it does take place in the house's backyard, the house's greenhouse, and the house's boathouse. So it's still all basically one house. Just in that they got a really big house with multiple buildings on the same lot of land, but it's still the same house. It's very grumpy about that, if you can't tell. All right. Onward. You're not what's next. You're what's next. All right. Here we go again. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out a lot of stuff surrounding Exoprimal, one of Capcom's upcoming games. They kind of debated us. We were all like, is that Dino Crisis? And it wasn't Dino Crisis, even though it's got characters that look like characters from Dino Crisis. And they're like, nope, it's not Dino Crisis. It's got nothing to do with Dino Crisis. It's called Exoprimal. And we're like, oh, okay. What is Exoprimal? They're like, it's Left 4 Dead, but with dinosaurs. And we're like, oh, okay, all right, I guess. Show me more. And so they showed us more. We got a lot here. I don't know if we're gonna watch all of it, specifically this extended gameplay preview, because it's 15 minutes long. But we'll take a look at the gameplay trailer, see what the devs have to say, and then we'll be introduced to the dinosaurs. Seems interesting. They got a dinosaur introduction trailer, but by all means, Capcom, go off.
Leviathan.
Hello, Leviathan. Are you the little,
your personnel data
like,
indicates
jellyfish?
You are a suitable specimen to join an ongoing experiment.
Are you just one of the little light things from Judgment? Not Judgment, Destiny.
Most important research here. Welcome to Bikitoa Island.
I am concerned.
You have been selected for a live combat test. The first team to complete their assignment wins. My archives encompass exhaustive records of human history. These annals are riddled with errors and institutional bias. Your species is susceptible to mass delusion. Fascinating.
Damn.
Humans dread the other. You seek to evolve, yet you do not want to change. You tear down curtains, yet fear revelations. Even when what is revealed is of your own creation. Combat data is required to develop the exosuit. At IBS,
is this
we're
more like
always
World
reaching
War
for
Z
better.
than Left 4 Dead?
Always.
I just got done playing all the way through World War Z. That game was sick.
An interesting variable. Within your behavior lies the answer. What is variable shall become fixed.
It's like competitive EDF with dinosaurs.
Fight
Earth Defense Force is a
and
good
die
comparison,
for me.
yeah. Much faster, though. Your
Carnage
characters seem
module
much more
online.
capable. You got, like, abilities and movement and stuff.
I call your attention to the unstoppable raptor horde. Calculating chance of employee retention.
You're getting stronger World
Chance
War Z vibes,
calculated
though,
at
with just the level of the
8.7%.
swarm. Like,
You
there's
must
a
fight
lot of
harder
smaller
than
tier
ever
enemies
if
and a
you
lot
wish to
more of
survive.
them.
A more grueling combat experiment is called
I do
for.
like
You
how
will now
capable
witness
your
a
character
small
looks.
fragment of the war game.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the varmint.
Although the exosuits give me big Warframe vibes. Exosuits, Exoprimal. Alright.
You enjoyed the trailer. Now, I will get into more detail about the game.
Go for it. Let's do it.
Developed by Ibius Corporation, Leviathan is a next-gen AI that guides players throughout Exoprimal via voice navigation and augmented reality displays. Leviathan appears before players as a massive human-like
like that
figure,
face.
or as a surveillance drone called a Watcher. The trailer shows Leviathan unleashing hordes of dinosaurs. Players will battle these dinosaurs after being forced into Leviathan's infinitely repeating war games. Why is Leviathan bringing dinosaurs into our world? And why is Leviathan repeating these war games? Solve the mystery by playing the main game mode, Dino Survival.
I would have loved if they just straight up called it Dino Crisis.
Let me provide a brief gameplay introduction. Exoprimal is a team-based action game. In Dino Survival, 2 squads of 5 race to complete objectives.
It's
Teams
competitive?
must follow Leviathan's directives and complete the mission before their rivals to win. These directives will feature a dynamic mix of missions. In fact, we just saw some in the latest trailer. There's Dinosaur Cull, where teams must eliminate a specific dinosaur. In VTOL Defense, teams protect a grounded aircraft from dinosaur onslaughts. In
I guess you
DFG
did say
security,
competitive,
teams escort
but
a valuable asset
my brain
to its
didn't
destination.
register that
Destroy
way.
targets in Omega Charge with the powerful Omega Hammer. In Energy Taker, teams compete to collect the most energy. You also saw a glimpse of a strange and terrifying creature known as a Neo-Tyrannosaurus. While there are situations where you directly engage enemy players,
Reminds me about
there
the
are
other game with
times where you
Exosuits, the one
band
that
together
flopped,
with rivals
Anthem.
to take
Rest in
down a
peace,
major
Anthem.
foe. This variety of missions
BioWare,
will
I
keep
hope you
players on their
survive
toes.
through
In Dino Survival, the
Mass
missions
Effect
change
4
based on players'
and
progression
Dragon
through the
Age
game.
4.
The experience will be different every time you play, even in matches with familiar surroundings and objectives. By playing Dino Survival, you will unlock story sequences and also earn rewards such as experience points to increase your player and exosuit levels. We'll provide more details about this at a later date.
This game looks
Now that we've
really
detailed
sick.
Dino Survival,
Like,
let's
it
move
looks
on
like
to
it's got
exosuits.
just a really good, enjoyable
We
game
showed
loop
2
in
new
it.
exosuits today. Barrage is an assault role exosuit. It uses explosives to set areas ablaze and bombards
Saw Max
enemies
play and has
with
some straight up
ricochet grenades.
PvP in some of the games. I'm
Vigilant is
like
also
the
an assault role
actual
exosuit.
ability of of your
It
exosuit
wields
looks
a
really
destructive
well
railgun
developed.
to snipe from long range. We have
That looks
even
like my
more
class.
exosuits to share with you in the future, so look forward to
I
upcoming
generally
announcements.
like healer
We have
slash
one last
sniping
announcement
level
for today.
types classes in these style of games. Tell you what though, I know it probably looks okay here because it's like smaller and like
Welcome
compressed, but man,
my
on this I got
facility.
crap load bit rate
We're
right here.
conducting a closed network test for Exoprimal.
Sounds like Hunt Showdown. I mean,
Players will be able to try the game ahead of
sort
release.
of. I see where you're making that comparison, but it's a bit different.
Help us
And by a
test the
bit, I mean
game's
a lot
online
different.
infrastructure and make improvements ahead of launch. Sign up
Hunt
to
Showdown is an
participate today.
extraction shooter, whereas this is like a team-based mission.
The closed network test will allow you to
action
experience dino
fighter.
survival before the game's launch next year. We look forward to having you join in. That's all for today.
Different every time you play. We heard that so many times through the years. It's never really
We
been
plan
true.
to release Exoprimal
I mean,
in 2023.
it could be different within a limited number of
Until then,
plays, I guess is
keep
the
an
way
eye
that
on
I
our
would say
website
that you could
and
still
social
pull
media.
that off. Okay, so this is the dinosaur introduction. Is this literally just them showing off the different dinosaurs? I'd be okay with that. Velociraptors. Pteranodon. Ankylosaurus. I like that they're... I'm really glad that they're not called something stupid. That they're just called the dinosaurs that they are. Like, and I'm fine with them having a mutated T-Rex that's called a Neo Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's fine, right? I mean, I guess I stand partially for... I spoke a little too soon. I spoke a little too soon. Yeah, the way that I would, like, partially describe that is it's kind of like if... Can I play as the T-Rex? Oh, hells yeah! This game just got better. This game, if I had to pitch this game, it would be, like, if I wanted a raw description, it would be World War Z... within Earth Defense Force, where you play as characters from Outriders. Put all that together. The exosuit really looks and feels how they were in Anthem, including the shield. It was more about the objective being dynamic and mixed with PvE and PvP. Well, I don't think that it's always mixed, because, like, with Hunt Showdown, going after the bounty was really just a way to encourage people to go to the same place for PvP purposes, but some of these are strictly PvE-based objectives. Theslamar mentioned that there's a mode or where you are only PvPing, where there's no dinosaurs at all. But I get the feeling that those are relatively separate. But otherwise, you are focused on your cooperative action of trying to kill a certain number of dinosaurs, kill particular dinosaurs, defend objectives, finish like a puzzle, finish get the thing to charge all the way up. Though I do wish some of them had feathers. Though we can't be going with modern science theories of what dinosaurs looked like. We know what they've looked like for hundreds of years, and they were leathery without feathers. Okay, I'm lying. But, you know. But either way, I hadn't actually looked much at this beyond the initial reveal, and that looks really cool. That looks like a lot of fun. I want to get some friends together and just kill a bunch of dinosaurs and have a good time. That looks awesome. Coming 2023, as much as I was about to be like, I wish it was sooner. No, I fucking don't, because there's too many goddamn games coming out in the next 3 months for me to play already, let alone if they added this too. So, that looks cool. I want to play it. The gameplay I saw was two teams racing to complete objectives, and the team in the lead got the last part first, and in the last part they were trying to collect energy cores. Then when the other team finished, they got to the last arena and started fighting the other team for those energy cores. That sounds cool. Sounds cool. It sounds like a lot of fun. I'm curious. I'll probably have to go track down some of the gameplay for it. In 2 seconds, that looked like Primal Halo for a bit. Hey, take it all. We'll take Halo too. Sure. Smash all of these good games together, and surely, much like blending mashed potatoes, steak, gravy, and peas together into a blended up smoothie, it'll still be tasty, right? Right? Unlike that horrible abomination that I do not recommend you trying, this actually looks pretty good. I'm gonna have to go later around later and track down some of the people that have played it. I know, Thelsmar, you mentioned that Max played it, so I will go probably. I'm sure his footage is up on his channel. So I'll go check that out. It looks, obviously trailers are meant to be exciting. They're meant to entice you and engage you. They absolutely achieve that here, and I am very interested. Hopefully the actual gameplay itself looks as interesting and as exciting as these trailers made it out to be, because that looked really cool. I'm very interested. I would like to see more of that. But I will ask you, to you watching right now, have you played this? It had a closed test, which means that there are people that have played it, and it's likely not just people like Maximilian Dude that have millions of subscribers and like constantly stream to like 12,000 people at a time on Twitch, because they do get special, treatment for time to times. I know Max got to play Street Fighter 6 before basically anyone else, playing against the devs and stuff like that, which is super cool. But I would also like to hear from people that aren't necessarily nearly as plugged in or close to the resources as somebody like Max. Although I do love Max. He's an incredible content creator. Keep on rocking on, Max. You do great work. But have you played Exoprimal? And if so, what were your thoughts about it? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, 2 other great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if I do see you in one of those other videos, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Do I need to change my shirt now? Was that 3 with this shirt on? I mean, I could always go look. Hang on. Because this was white shirt, white shirt. Did I change shirts between the Resident Evil? I did. So that's 1, 2. Now I need to do one more with this shirt. Hello, El Canadiano. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's fine. It's fine. One of the lights is actually mounted on top of this monitor over here, and it just fell down. There's one downside for me. Team-based, meaning I won't get to play it most likely. I'm sure it'll have matchmaking, Eve. I'm sure you don't have to have people that'll load in with you. And El Canadiano, I step off screen to change the shirt. Calm down. Calm down. Bring it back now, y'all. Okay. How are things with me today? Great. Great. We got so many more of these to do, El Canadiano. I got a total of 18 lined up to do all this so that I can edit them and get them ready for when I'm on break starting on Thursday. But that means I got to record all of them, and then it means I got to edit all of them before Thursday. Fuck. We've only done 5. After this one, we'll be at the 30% mark, so there's at least that. Oh, I need to change hats. Makes sense. You're smashing them all in one shot. This is also the day that I have the most time to do this, is the other part. So, but if I get them all done and then get them all edited, we'll still have a YouTube video a day every day going through the break, which is the goal. which is the goal. All right. All right. All right. Drop in those YouTube swans. We got another one. And then let me check on that Stream Raiders battle. How we doing? 11 minutes. Perfect. That's the right amount of time. Oh, my leg. Oh. All right. Got to limber up a bit. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the latest trailers as well as like a dev diary for Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl. And I know that Stalker is a really, really beloved game. And there's like actually like 3 games, or it's like a game and a couple of expansions. I don't know. I didn't play the original. And I know that there's a lot of people that really, really love Stalker. And it's one of those games that is just like a beloved classic. And now we're finally seeing a sequel for it, made with modern design, modern graphics, modern ability and stuff. And I've talked to some people about, like, you know, that are really excited about Stalker 2. And I'm like, hey, how does Stalker 1 hold up? And it's like, well, it kind of doesn't, is the way that I've been informed. And as an example, like, I recently played through Devil May Cry, the very first game. I played the HD edition where they cleaned it up, right, and brought it to modern consoles. And I gotta say, Devil May Cry 1 today plays like garbage poo-poo. Like, I'm sure 22 years ago, Devil May Cry was an incredible experience. I didn't have a PlayStation 2, so I didn't get to play it. But playing it today, I was like, man, this camera, who the fuck thought this camera was a good idea? This camera is atrocious. There's a few gameplay things in it that I'm like, this is awful. And it could be because they had limitations or whatever, and it was just not a very good experience. Now, that comes from somebody with modern perspective of having played lots of games in the time since then, since Devil May Cry 1, and comparing. It's really hard to disconnect yourself of what modern games do compared to games in the past. You can recognize a game in the past and be like, you know, this was built and was incredible. This was cutting edge back then, and it does not hold up very well today. It still looks okay, but it doesn't play very well. And I've heard very, very similar things about Stalker. I was like, is this something that I should try? Is it as good as people said? And they're like, well, it was as good as they said. With mods, it can hold up, but it doesn't hold up at all. I will just leave it. I will leave it in the past then. I know it's in my Steam library, but I will leave it in the past all the same. And instead, I will just hopefully get a similar quality experience from Stalker 2. Now, Eve, you mentioned I'm excited for this game again now. One of the reasons that I know a lot of people are like, Stalker, fuck you, is because the devs got interested in maybe doing some NFT bullshit. No fucking thanks. And they got a lot of pushback when it came to them adding NFTs into Stalker 2. And they realized that it was probably going to cause more damage to their game than they were going to make money from NFTs, so they abandoned that, thankfully. But, so we will check out the actual game, the official trailer for it, and then we'll check out the dev diaries, because it is a very important dev diary about where the devs are at in terms of developing Stalker 2. So let's get into this.
Last question, Dr. Dallin. Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur, we would...
Listen, the zone has remained stable for years. Besides, we didn't establish the most advanced institution in human history without first guaranteeing its safety. As the head of the Scientific Institute for Research of the Chernobyl area, or CIRCA for short, I believe the wonders that we will bring to the world far outweigh the potential risks.
How big are these risks exactly?
Calamitous.
The zone reveals a whole new world. We can stick with the old one, fearing change. But tell me, do you want our descendants to remember us as cowards? Or as those who dared to venture forward to a new, better humanity?
Evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining homes and livelihoods.
Going a little fast there, it looks, buddy.
However, city officials urge people to stay calm, assuring them the situation is totally under control.
Everything's fine. Man, that sure didn't show us jack crap, did it? The initial trailer for Stalker 2 showed us way more than that. I'm sure everything's fine. I'm sure everything's fine. Speaking of things we need to check out, is fucking Starfield. But anyway, they're taking the Skyrim intro, waking up in the back of a carriage. I mean, maybe. First day on the job, please allow me to say every acronym. Oh, Jesus, Cerulean, aren't you right? Good Lord. Okay, so this is the Stalker 2 dev diaries, and this is what I was also mentioning earlier, is that Stalker 2 is developed by a team of game developers that are originally based in Kyiv, Ukraine. And if you are somehow not aware, Russia is currently invading Ukraine, trying to take back lands that they believe belong to them, because back when, Soviet Union was around, they were much larger, and they've since lost some of these lands, and they believe that they should still own them. And, well, the free world is like, nah, screw you. Stop trying to, oppress people because you're a whiny bitch. And Ukraine has been fighting for its freedom, literally. And, well, that meant that a lot of really great games that were going to be coming out of Ukraine, understandably, got delayed. Or games that were coming out of Russia as well, because Russia kind of went dark for quite a while. We've started to hear some communications from teams in Russia, and some of them are still working, but everything is very much up in the air when it comes to development teams that are out of Ukraine or Russia. Games that are effective, of course, like our Stalker 2. We've also seen Atomic Heart, games like the Day Before Tomorrow. I can't remember what it was called, but from the devs behind Prop Night. And so there's just a lot of uncertainty, which is fine. It's understandable. If you're upset about that, you suck. But this is actually a video from the devs, because I do know from seeing a couple screenshots that some of the devs are actually fighting in that war right now. So let's take a look and see what they would like to share with us.
1-1-3.
Man, modern game design using motion capture is so fucking cool.
Здесь кипела работа, идеи, она не останавливалась. 3 месяца назад началась война России с Украиной.
Что рабочий день начинается тривоги.
Під час сильних обстрілів ми біжимо в укриття.
Це переноска для мого кота, який загинув ще в перший тиждень війни. Ходиш вечером, сирена, выходишь днем, сирена. Днем еще работать надо, поэтому особо не выйдешь, а вечером все время вот так.
Це моє робоче місце.
Вже 3-й місяць я живу і працюю в коридорі. Зі мною живе одноокий пес, врятований з-під обстрілу в Гостомелі. Зараз мені важко писати квести про війну, коли вона йде навколо.
Так работает в перерывах между сиренами і волонтерськими задачами.
Світ ще побачить, наскільки в нас класна культура, і в тому числі, наскільки класні ігри ми можемо робити.
Меня зовут Александр, я являюсь сотрудником компании ЖСК. Я с Мариуполя. С начала боевых действий была потеряна связь с моими родными и близкими. И это непередаваемое, ужасное чувство, когда ты не знаешь, живы они или нет.
Я Дмитро Ясенєв, розробник Сталкера. Ніколи не міг уявити, що в 21 столітті в центрі Європи може статися повномасштабна війна.
Я Олексій Іванов, ком'юніті-менеджер проекту Stalker 2. Зі зброєю в руках захищаю свою країну від російської агресії.
Привіт, я Макс, наративний дизайнер гри Stalker 2. Після перемоги я до неї повернуся.
Побачимось на релізі. Слава Україні!
Fucking Xbox. God damn it. You watch that whole chilling video of watching people that like don't know if their parents are alive, that are walking through where they literally just had a video a week earlier of playing with their kids on a playground, and like people that have volunteered for the armed forces to defend their country from a tyrannical oppressor and an invasion and stuff like that. And then it's like, Xbox. God damn it. Oh my God. As much as I want to make a joke comment, as I sometimes do in either your live streams or your YouTube comments, I really cannot hear it. It's because there is no way to make a joke. Like, you could say that I just made one, but that's because of the comically shit-tastic timing of playing this goddamn Xbox logo. Support Ukraine. Xbox. Like, Xbox. Like, what are you doing, guys? You didn't need to put this on here. That was awful. It should have stopped right here. It should have stopped right here. This should have been the last screen, not Xbox. That should not have been on there. But regardless, I thankfully cannot imagine what these people and developers are going through. I'm glad that I cannot imagine it. I'm glad that I struggle to create that type of scenario in my head. I'm glad that I don't have to try to think about what it's like trying to still do your job, develop a game, and not just develop a game. It'd be one thing if you were making fucking Bejeweled, right? You're working on new levels for Bejeweled, right? No, they're making a game that is now basically akin to their reality. They're developing models for a shelled out city that is literally not very far away from them, right? Because they're looking at Chernobyl, the actual, meltdown of a nuclear reactor that is next door. So they're modeling their own city, and now they just get to go, oh man, I need a shelled out building. Let me look out the window. Yeah, that's a good reference. There we go. Cool. That was easy. At least it'll be more realistic than anything before, I guess, but that's not how you want to achieve that level of realism. But I wish the best for everybody. I hope as much as everybody can be that you're safe, and I hope that all of this stupid-ass bullshit is over as soon as possible. It should have already been over, but world politics is stupid, is the best way that I can just summarize that. World politics is stupid, and this shouldn't have happened in the first place and shouldn't have been allowed to go on as long as it has been. And the fact that it is still going on now while I'm talking is ridiculous. It is simply and utterly ridiculous. But, yeah. So, I know that I will be getting Stalker 2 on release, not just because of the legacy that the franchise has, but because games like this, like I'll compare it to like Fallout, right? Now, obviously, Fallout is a completely different beast, completely different game, but it's got a similar like base concept of this like dystopian, destroyed, almost post-apocalyptic setting where you're using modern, like cobbled together weird machinations and dealing with the, well, fallout of nuclear events. Obviously, Fallout, Stalker, very different base concepts. I don't feel like Fallout ever tries to be very suspenseful, right? It's more of like a grand tale. It's more of an adventure. Whereas everything I've heard about Stalker is it's much more dire, gruesome, dark, dour. And so they're kind of like lights and darks of the same universe, right? Fallout is that chipper, skipping adventure, and then you have Stalker, which is the dark underside of everything. Chernobylite was really when it came out to it all as well. I still need to actually play that. I actually downloaded it recently, but again, time. But yes, Chernobylite very much is in that same setting. So I definitely have a lot of interest in Stalker 2, but also I want to support these devs as much as possible because there is nothing that can be compared to like what we just were shown, right? I can't speak much more words than that because the words don't really exist, because as much as we'd like to believe that there's always a right thing to say, there isn't. And so I will just leave it at that and ask you what your thoughts are on Stalker 2. I don't believe there's much of a conversation to be had about the war in Ukraine. I don't think that there needs to be a whole lot said about it. If you would like to express your support for the devs, by all means, go ahead. But I will say that I don't believe that there's much room for a discussion to be had about it beyond it fucking sucks. And so, but let me know what your thoughts are on Stalker 2, and especially if you've played Stalker 1, what your experience with it has been, and if you've played it more than once, or if you played it recently after not playing it, or if you revisited it recently after playing it many, many years before. I'd really love to know how it felt for you and how it feels to now see Stalker 2 approaching. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Original Stalker 1 was one of my first PC games, and it was extremely dreadful, and it fueled my love for Fallout 1 and 2. Dreadful as an atmosphere. Yeah, I got what you meant. It was concerning. Okay, let me run this Stream Raiders battle, and then while this battle is running, I will go change shirts. We'll go change shirts. Let's go fast. Look at all... Lasita, with all these tanks, you incredible person. I love this line of tanks. Okay. Oh, Canadiano, thank you for the hydrate. Team YOLO. Good job. That Buster killed everything. I'm so proud of me. All right, we got 15 gold and 3 flag bearers, either which... Oh, I was like, I thought I started the music. I did. It's just quiet. either of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills go to myself with 9, but really it's going to El Canadiano with 4, followed by AP10 with 3. Most assists go into Athena with 1, tied with Lightbane, and then everyone else bringing up second. Going around on the scrolls of the Golden 5. Hello? Hello? Spotify, are you doing that shit again? Where when a track ends, you freeze my shit for a moment? The fuck is that, Spotify? Why do you do that? I hate it. Going random. El Canadian with the flag bearers, Lightbane with the gold. Okay, maybe you're okay now. Yeah, it seems to have recovered. I need to figure out why Spotify does that. Sometimes when Spotify goes to the next song, it just like causes all of my shit to just chug for a small moment. And I don't understand why, but it definitely needs to not happen. Okay, place your units, everybody. All right. And we continue on. Dear GameStop, you have nothing in stock that I would like to get on your website. I always love, like, I'll go to GameStop and I will buy a thing, right? Or I'll check on a thing or whatever, right? And then you will get 14 emails from GameStop that are like,
hey, are you still interested in this? Please let us stay in business.
I'm like, no. Keywords in stock. I remember when I was looking for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I went and looked at GameStop and they didn't have it, right? But I'm guessing because you can buy digital copies of shit, right? Is why they kept on being like, are you still interested in Xenoblade Chronicles 2? And I'm like, no, you don't have it. They're like, are you sure we got Xenoblade Chronicles 2? No, what about this related project and Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition? I already own it. I even bought it from you guys. Leave me alone. God. Jesus. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? All right. Into the next one. Okay. Gotta stretch those legs out a little bit. Trying to find Deception 4, The Nightmare Princess, among other games. But nah, newer and older games, nothing in stock, but they're listed as searchable. So, random aside real quick, I remember GameStop. It was like, I will just say it was sometime in the last 3 years, okay? I don't know when it was exactly, but it was sometime in the last 3 years. Sometime between right before the pandemic and today, that GameStop announced that they were going to more largely embrace the used game market, specifically older titles. Because I remember when they decided that they weren't going to carry, we'll just say like Nintendo 64 games anymore, right? They were just like, no, we ain't doing that old shit anymore. Buy the new stuff or don't, right? And everyone was like, fuck, GameStop. I came there to see if you had a particular game for a system that I still play. Like, that was the main reason that I went to GameStop, was to go filter through all of the old shit that was cheap enough for me to afford, right? Like, I was like, that's what got me to play some games, right? You want to know how I ended up playing Quest 64 on the Nintendo 64? As terrible as that fucking game is? Because it was $3 at GameStop, okay? I was like, oh, it looks like an RPG. I like Final Fantasy and Legend of Zelda and shit. Ah, it's $3 to play it. The game is fuck awful. Do not play Quest 64. But when they stopped doing that, and man, used games now at GameStop are not like fines, right? You go there and you're like, all right, everything starts at $20. And you're like, who the fuck is going to buy this for $20? They're like, you, I hope. And you're like, no, I'm fucking not. No, I am absolutely not. Where are my bargain games? Because they're old, right? and they had 1.5 million fucking printings. Some things right, Smash Melee, whatever. Fucking slap your $98 price tag on it. I don't give a shit. But a lot of games I ended up playing because they were used copies that were inexpensive at GameStop, and then they abandoned that. And then I remember them announcing sometime in the last few years, that they were going to go back to doing that. But they were going to go back to accepting old games where you could bring them a Nintendo 64 game and they would actually give you game credit for it. And part of that incentive was having an online marketplace for those old games because I'll tell you what, man, I forget, what game was it? I forget what I was trying to get. They did not have one in Alaska. They had one at a store in, we'll just say California, right? And I was like, it's all GameStop, right? Can I still get it? They're like, no, because it's not us. I was like, what do you mean it's not you? They're like, GameStops aren't actually connected that way. Like, they're like, our store would have to essentially buy it from their store, have it shipped to our store so we can sell it to you. And I'm like, that's stupid. They're like, yeah, sorry. And I was like, but they won't mail it to me either. They're like, yeah, they're not going to send it up here. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not buying it from you guys then. I'll go find it on fucking eBay or something. But I remember them announcing that they were going to change that to where there was going to be essentially an interconnected network for GameStop's used games, to where if a GameStop had it, you could buy it. But I don't know if they ever actually ended up doing that. I don't remember them actually moving forward with it, if that's something that they did. I don't know. I may as well go into an actual retro gaming shop because the N64 games and such aren't in stock. And it might just be that they are either they didn't do it, they're not properly going after it, or if maybe it could be the old school GameStop meme of they don't give you enough credit for it, so nobody's giving GameStop any of their old games, so they don't ever have anything in stock. I don't know. Just throwing out some guesses, but I remember being like, oh, sick, GameStop's actually going to be a resource for finding, older games now, and I don't believe that ever actually became the case. Retro games are worth so much these days, which is odd, right? I mean, I guess as things get harder to find and stuff, but it does suck. It does suck. All right, into the next one. Drop in those YouTube swans. Let's go. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the official trailer number 1 and 2 for Ruby Ice Queendom. This took me completely by surprise, and before we go any farther, yes, I know it is already airing. The first 5 or 6 episodes are already out on Crunchyroll. There's going to be 12 episodes. I've not watched these trailers yet, and I've not watched the episodes yet. That's why we're here. But anyway, so Ruby, created by the now late Monty Oum. Rest in peace, Monty. We will miss you forever. I definitely, Monty Oum's work stuck with me a long time. Between Dead Fantasy is probably one of the ones that sticks out the brightest in my mind, and the incredible work that Monty did on that. Haloid, of course, is something else. And then when he got picked up to actually make his own show and series in the form of Ruby. And Ruby's went through an interesting journey, because some people really like Monty Oum's style, some people don't. But one thing that I can say irrefutably is that Ruby as a series definitively changed after Monty Oum passed away. And whether it's for better or worse is completely up to you in terms of how you feel about it. I will say, from my own personal perspective, watching the core Ruby series, I have not caught all the way up on the Ruby series. I've missed. I think I have the latest volume that I just haven't watched yet because I refuse to give Rooster Teeth my money. But Ruby, when we changed over from after Monty Oum passed away, I felt like the Ruby team was really lost in terms of what to do without Monty, and that's understandable because he was such a lead on the project. And it's weird because I feel like the series got better in some ways and worse than others. I feel like the writing started to get a little bit more lost, but hilariously, like, the animations got a little bit better. Like, and I don't necessarily mean the fight scenes, because Monty Oum had such a definitive style for the fight scenes, and no one has really been able to emulate his fight choreography in such the same way. Some people don't like it because it's really floaty and stuff like that, and that's perfectly fine if it's not your style. But I feel like a lot of the moment-to-moment animations started to get better, and I think it's because they stopped focusing as hard on Monty Oum's combat style, which is, like, for better or worse. If you wanted to see more of his, like, bombastic, floaty, high-paced combat, it really starts to fall off after he passed away. But I feel like everything else started to get better, and they're putting more time and energy into the character moments and the character, like, interactions and depth. And so, regardless of all of that, though, that's not necessarily why we're here. We're here because something is out that I did not expect, and I'm very, very interested in, and that is that they made an anime out of Ruby, and some people are like, Ruby's already an anime, and I'm like, I'm not here for that discussion. But what I mean is that instead of the 3D animated models, these are hand-drawn traditional Japanese anime design. So let's see what it actually looks like. Let's see if it looks like, I've seen a couple of screenshots and it looks good, but let's actually see how the actual presentation is. Ruby the Older Show felt like a Miku Miku dance animation series project when I was first exposed to it. I think that's a good thing.
Team Ruby だ。リーダーは Ruby Rose。
やったー、すごいよ、ルビー。
かつて人は塵より生まれ、強く賢く創造性に満ちていた。だが破壊の獣たるグリムが人を敵とみなした。
行ってきます。
You like the floaty physics-based animations that hated the standard walk animations? I bet you would like Ruby Season 3 onwards, because that all gets better.
ハッピーエンドだから現実はおとぎ話のようにはいかないわ。
大好きな妹と一緒にビーコンに入れるなんて最高。
君たちは戦士として訓練を受けてきた。在学中の4年間はチームで行動する。
大した努力もなしにリーダーになったことがそんなに嬉しいの？偉そうに大っ嫌い。そこに消さないで光を。
Oh, there goes my copyright.
君をリーダーにしたことを間違いとは思わない。どう責任を全うすべきかじっくり考えるといい。
黙ってないで何か言いなよ。どうしたらいいかわからないんです。
I guess I should say Volume 3, because they're not called seasons. Oh, that was a neat effect. '22 release. It's already out, actually, but that's fine. That's fine. So before we go any farther, so I heard that before. It's just getting through like 12 to 14 hours of show before I'd really enjoy it. So fun thing on that, it's actually not that long because it doesn't fit the same way that normal series does, okay? And the reason that I say that is because when they first started up Ruby, they didn't make it like a normal show. Each episode was only as long as it needed to be. So that meant that some episodes were, unfortunately, for those of us that wanted more content, were only like 7 minutes long. That was the whole episode, was 7 minutes. Because it was an internet series, they only made it as long as they needed to be to actually tell the story of that episode. I doubt volumes 1 and 2 actually add up to very much time because they also aren't even traditional length of like 13 episodes. You could probably get through volume 1 and 2 in like maybe 3 hours at absolute maximum, but I bet it's less than that. I thought it was 10 episodes per episode at volume 1. It was random because like there was one episode that was like 17 minutes, the next one was 7, and then it was 12, and then it was 10. Like they were completely random. They started to get to a more like normal, like a consistent episode length after Monty Oum passed away because they were trying to make it more like marketable and just make it a more like serious thing that was gonna like had the potential to be on TV and stuff like that, right? But early on, it was definitely not like that. You could probably get through it very, very quickly. I don't know right offhand how long it is, but that said, I completely understand and wholeheartedly agree with the argument of not wanting to watch something you don't enjoy on the hopes that it gets to something that you will. Completely understand that. Anytime anyone's like, oh, I know the beginning sucks, but if you just get to episode 37, it's better. One Piece, fuck you. And there's been a lot of books that are that way too. I forget what book series it was that someone was pitching me, and I'm like, I started it, I hated it. They're like, oh yeah, books 1 through 3 suck, but it all comes together and is great after book 4. And I'm like, ew, gross, no, suck my toes. I am not doing that. I'm not gonna read 3 whole books on the hope that I start to like it by book 4. I completely understand. 100% understand, Eve. But I will say, if you enjoyed the physics animation, if you enjoy the characters, if you enjoy the setting, and the main thing that you don't like is the walking animations, the facial animations, definitely understand. They do get better later. If you can choke yourself through that, and you will probably find something that you like a lot afterwards. But 4.5 hours is what it adds up to. I understand if you don't want to go through that 4.5 hours. I don't know if this will actually be a good stopgap through to get you to where I'm describing. I don't know. I will watch this and I will let you know. It's like how Red vs. Blue is a show that just started with silly Halo animations. Right. All right, let's see what official trailer 2 looks like.
私はシオン財伝 Nightmare Hunter.
I do not recognize that character. Let's get another copyright claim.
私もいつかママみたいにグリムから人を守って戦っちゃうんだから。
There's no subtitles on this trailer. Fuck.
今日からチームルビーだ。
かっこいいとこバッチリ見せちゃうから私のこと見直すと思うよ。私はワイス主義カンパニーの後継者です。私の道を見つける。大好きな妹と一緒にビーコンに入れるなんて最高。大体あなた幼く見えますけど入学できる年齢ですの？飛び級で。飛び級？オーラは生きるもの全てが備えているの。グリム以外は。行くよ。
人に取り付きオーラを吸って成長するグリム。取りつかれた者は夢にとらわれ眠りながらグリムの苗床となる。ハンターとなるならどのような困難にも打ち勝つべきだと。
無論だ。
よくこんなの思いつきますわ。ちゃんと戦えるって知ってほしいだけ。知ってましたよ。ルビー、氷雪帝国。
Is that a Jeff Williams song? I believe Jeff Williams did the entire like soundtrack for the original Ruby, but it doesn't say who is doing this one. I mean, it says Beyond Cell's Void Chords featuring L, but I don't actually know if it's composed by Jeff Williams. So I will, like, without spoiling anything, I just realized a couple of things about rewatching essentially. If they do follow the same trail of events, it's going to be painful. Since I really wish there was another style of application of the weight they use in the scythe or the gauntlets being used, where their entire momentum and body is changed with the air blaster shots. I mean, yeah, they do really cool stuff. I mean, we'll see. Well, I guess we won't see, but I'm sure that they probably communicate some of that. I don't know how well it goes in terms of, you know, the actual animation in terms of like the choreography, but it looks really good. It looks really pretty. I'm really curious to see how much, if anything, they've changed. Because like I said, I don't recognize this witch at the beginning that has like the freaking staff wand thing. I don't recognize this character at all, but that doesn't mean anything. But it does make me curious. Also, like, there's some other characters that show up, like, and it could be because I've not actually watched properly through Ruby in a long time, but this character right here, this character's name is Penny, and I don't remember how early they show up in the series. I feel like it was pretty soon, but I haven't watched it in so long that I was like, man, do they show up in season 1? I don't remember. So there's a couple of Jeff Williams songs on Rock Band. Are there? Is Ruby that old? Of course, didn't we get like a Rock Band 5 or something that nobody bought because it was after instrument games were already done and over with? That meaty chunk metal sound from the Scythe is ingrained in my mind, in a good way, I hope. But I need to watch this. I don't know when I'll get around to watching it, but I absolutely need to watch it. And so I will make sure that I do so sometime in the near future. I'll probably wait until it's actually fully out, especially since I'm going to be gone for a little bit. But I'll probably wait till it's fully out so that I can just binge it. And I will check with you, Eve, after I watch it and see if you've watched it yet. And if you haven't, then I'll let you know how far it gets in comparison to the original series and run, and I can let you know that because I do remember where things end and change over at very clearly, because when Monty Ohm died, I was very sad. That was Rock Band 4. There will never be a Rock Band 5 because they're now a satellite Fortnite studio. Yeah, rest in peace, Harmonix. Rest in peace. Okay. But that was cool. I'm very interested in this. The animation style is great. The actual visuals are beautiful. To you watching right now, have you watched this? Are you a Ruby fan? I'll let you know that while I'm not like a ravenous Ruby fan, I'm a pretty big fan. I have like 4 freaking hats for Ruby. I have all of the Pop-Up Parade figures. You can't see them. They're off the screen right now, but I have all 4 of them, and it resonated really well with me. Obviously, I was a Monty Ohm fan, largely still am. You can still be a fan of people after they're dead, right? Yeah, people are still like David Bowie fans and stuff like that. So anyway, it's definitely a series and a franchise that I have enjoyed a lot. I will openly admit, and as we've already talked about, it is not perfect, but I definitely enjoyed Ruby immensely. I'm not sure where it's at right now because, like I said, I haven't seen the most recent volume, but hopefully it's still doing well, although I will say I felt like the story started to get a little weird. But you know what? Whatever. That's just kind of how things end up going. But if you have seen some of Ruby Ice Queendom, let me know how it is. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere, 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Hi. Hi, Scott Scabbers. How are you? I hope that you are well. How are we doing on time? 7 minutes. That should actually probably be okay. You're good? How is everybody? Rolling. We are rolling. Is that game I tossed in that long list you have on today? Bruh, I don't know. What game? That is so vague, friend. Which game? You can search in Discord if you want. I have deleted everything already out of there that we are reacting to today. So if you search and it isn't in there, then we are likely doing it today. But otherwise, I can't really tell you. Okay. Oh, let's get those YouTube swans in there if you would like. Say hi to YouTube as we start up the next one. Oh. 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 Bruh. It is still there, Soulframe. It is not in the list today. Although I do want to look at Soulframe, because my understanding is it is Warframe, but fantasy, instead of Warframe as sci-fi. All right. Here we go again. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Code to Jin Yong, the official trailer. It is an Unreal Engine 5 game that is being developed by Tencent Games, and I believe it's kind of like a action RPG style game, somewhere between like Dark Souls and like Devil May Cry looking stuff. We've seen a lot of games in that space where there are these fast-paced like action beat-em-up games coming out of especially from like China or Korean developers, like Project D, I think, is the one that we checked out recently, and then there's also there's another one which name escapes me, but just a lot of these really high intensity action packed games. And so I would really I would like to see some of these start to come out. But instead we just get to see new ones that are in development. Man, what was that other one called? Lost something. I think it was Lost. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Conversation for later. But let's see what this actually has in store for us. Never heard of you. They're definitely getting more popular. Yeah, they are. I mean, they're really appealing, and they're fun as hell. They're beautiful visual spectacles, so... We got like Black Myth Wukong that's going to be coming up soon, too. Lost Soul Aside, I think that was the name of the game from that's in the same realm. That is a very static facial animation, but by all means, go off. The frames. We could use some more of them. You are not doing anything to this dude, my guy. He is blocking everything. Okay, so again, beautiful visual spectacle. Very little actual understanding of what's going on so far, especially because this dude has not actually taken a hit from anything. He's got perfect block. In towards the tutorial and the final boss. Nope. Nope. Maybe. I don't know. Was cool as hell. Like, again, like I mentioned at the beginning, these games are such visual spectacles, right? But they have so little actual, like, grasp of what we can genuinely expect. There was no HUD. There was no information about how the game works. It just looked really cool, which I will say again, it looked really cool. But damn would I like a shred more context when it comes to what these games are. Amazing visuals, but so very little meat. Yeah, and that's what makes it hard, because it's like, that was really cool. How much more of the actual game do you have in mind? Because one of the things that people are getting more and more fed up with is games that are announced way too soon. Now, depending on the developer, right? Because we've seen some of these other games, like Lost Soul Aside, if I'm remembering the correct name of the game, that they were initially like one man. Same with like Bright Memory, right? Bright Memory is another person where it's like one person that was developing this, and they revealed part of the games earlier than they might otherwise, just for the sake of trying to get some more interest and getting some more money, since they were such a small, like singular or small team, to where they're like, we're trying to actually get some interest to maybe get a publisher to give us money so we can properly make our game. If that's the circumstance, by all means, go off. Do what you need to get your money so that you are actually able to make the game. But we've seen a lot of other games that have just been announced way too early. It did say it wasn't a reflection of the quality of the final product. I hope not, because we were getting like 10 FPS at a couple of points in there. Let me tell you what, I already criticize, especially Nintendo games, a lot for their shoddy FPS. But if you can't even, like, the bare minimum is 30, right? If you cannot give a solid 30 at 1080p, do not release your product. And ideally, 1080 60, right? Like, that is actually my standard of acceptance, is 1080 60. So, but that was struggling. Now, Unreal Engine 5 is still a very new engine. As much as people be like, it's the easiest to develop an engine that there ever has been, and you can move your experience from Unreal Engine 4 to 5. It's not always that simple, right? We also don't know the quality level, the experience level of these developers, but definitely, like you said, Scott Scabbers needs a lot more work, and hopefully it gets that work before it properly starts to be pitched to us. Although, they didn't even put a year on this, and so that makes me think that it's probably pretty far away, because if it was going to be in 2023, I think they could have put 2023 on it, which makes me think that at the earliest we're going to see this is 2024, which at that point, unless, like I said, you're trying to get this pitch so that you can get publisher money, but we already know that they don't need publisher money, because in the description for this, it's coming from Tencent Games, right? Developed by Lightspeed, which, oh, wow. Lightspeed Games are the people who created PUBG Mobile and Apex Legends Mobile. They have so much fucking money. They got shitloads of money. They are being published by Tencent, which has more money than the entire world does. And they're the developers of PUBG Mobile and Apex Legends Mobile. These people got more money than Microsoft does. Okay, not literally. That's a hard thing. But they got more money than Sony does. So they got piles of cash. They have so much money. Holy crap. Never mind. Maybe 2024. Yeah, maybe 2024. That said, I probably would have liked you to wait until you showed off, like, something a little bit more substantial. Looked great, but that's all it did, was looked great. So, but yeah, to you watching right now, what did you think of Code to Jin Young? I would like to hear your thoughts on it. And how do you feel about these reveals of these style of games coming from these Eastern developers that generally are very beautiful spectacles, but it takes a very long time before we even start to hear the ruminations of an actual game that we could maybe consider playing or buying? So let me know. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And then if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. It's time to run the battle. The battle. Okay, Ruby was this shirt. Code to Jin Young was this shirt. This will be the last one in this shirt, and then I'll change shirts again. Let's run the battle. To be honest, I'd prefer to have some sort of the actual things that were actually going to be in the game. That's how I feel about a lot of these Scott Scabbers. I'm just like, man, show us some more of the actual game. Navosk Orc Slayer. This is a crazy looking Orc Slayer. What is this taco? 2 tacos rogue. You are correct. There are 2 tacos there. Alright, we have 1 healer with Shavir's for 420 channel points. Most kills going to Josiond, tied with El Canadiano, followed by FXMA 006. Most of this going to AP10, followed by a tie between myself and Do You Need a Healer? Going random on the scroll, and 5. Chunking our way through the hats, do-do-do. Going random. Shock with the healer, back to the map. Ooh, that's a lot. These soldiers are melee. I think my healer's still on cooldown. Yeah. Why, Spotify? Genuinely why? I don't understand. At least I now know that that is what is causing that. That is something specifically with Spotify that causes that to happen. I don't know what I need to do to fix it. I even was like, oh, the song ended. Let me see if it does the thing. It did do the thing. Why? Why? What's weird is it only seems to affect the stream. Like, only the... It's like a network thing or something. Because nothing on my game or anything, nothing that I'm doing stops. It's only the stream that is affected by it, which makes me think it's a network thing. I wonder if I can... would Spotify still work if I disconnected it from the network, like blocked it in the firewall? I'm curious. I don't actually need Spotify to have a network connection. I run local files. I don't know. I don't know. Place your units, everybody. But that is weird and annoying, and I would like it to not do that. Okay. All right, we'll move into the next one. I'm wondering though if I block Spotify from having an internet connection in my firewall, if Spotify just won't work at all. There's not very many good fucking media players. Like VLC is good, but VLC doesn't interact with anything very well, and it's also difficult to set up playlists in VLC. Like, VLC will run anything, right? And it runs everything really well. But in terms of, like, having a playlist that you can, like, randomize and shuffle through and easily be able to see, VLC is actually bad for that. It's not a very good, like, library management thing. Audio on Windows, maybe. Windows Media Player has issues, too, now. I don't know. I'll have to look at maybe an alternative or something like that. Like, Spotify does what I want really well, but if it's going to keep causing this issue, then obviously I can't use it, so I don't know. All right. Okay. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Dragon Quest Treasures, which I actually have, like, no idea what this game is or is about. I also didn't realize until recently that Dragon Quest had a whole lot of spin-off games, right? I didn't know that that was a thing that, like, I of course was aware of the main Dragon Quest franchise, but a lot of that was just because of the main Dragon Quest entries. And I didn't even really become aware of that even until Dragon Quest VIII was released on the PlayStation 2. And the only one that I've actually played is Dragon Quest XI. But then I was like, there's like Dragon Quest Builders, which is almost kind of like Harvest Moon and Minecraft smushed together and with a Dragon Quest like skin on it. And then there was also something else recently that I saw. I was like, that's also a Dragon Quest game. Okay. I don't know what Treasures is. Is it like a dungeon diving game? I don't know. You know what? You know how we can find out what it is? By playing the trailer.
It's a treasure hunter's paradise. Two siblings dream of collecting grand treasures from
Little baby
around the
Eric.
world. Venture to the realm of Draconia to become legendary treasure hunters. In this Dragon Quest series spin-off, you'll recruit a variety of well-mannered monsters to join you on a marvelous adventure. With their help, and with your trusty fortune finder, locating loot will be a breeze. Monsters are perfect travel buddies for exploring this vast world. Bounce on a slime to reach high ledges, or dangle from a Draki to glide over gaping chasms. Support your monsters in battle as they fearlessly fend off foes. Bring your hard-earned haul back to your base and see how much it's worth. Collect more riches to expand your base and increase your treasure hunting level. X marks the spot when Dragon Quest Treasures launches on Nintendo Switch December 9th.
Okay. You know, I don't know what I expected, but I wasn't necessarily expecting like Pokemon meets Breath of the Wild. Okay? I'm not upset about that. It's just not what I expected. I didn't know what I expected. I guess I didn't have any expectations. But it certainly wasn't that. Although I am interested at the scale of this game, right? Because like, where was it? This area right here, this is definitely like very reminiscent of part of Dragon Quest 11, at least in the general like flow and design. I'm curious how big the game world is. It's also interesting because it does have like an RPG mechanic to it in terms of like the level of enemies and where you can like see. I'm guessing the maximum level is like 99 or 100 depending on something in there, and you do have some ability to like fight yourself as well, but your main combatant is going to be the creatures that you befriend, capture, I don't know. And then on top of that, it's interesting because it looks like you'll be consistently needing to replace them, because where was it? So like right here, the monster is hurt, and like I don't know, maybe it's just because of the way that I play games. I would have expected like, oh, it's hurt, immediately heal it. But I also think that it looks like, I can't quite tell because we got the most pixels here, but is this bar going down as they write it? I can't tell because it's moving, but I feel like the bar is going down. So like, if you choose to use it as a mount or its abilities, it consumes like part of its health bar to the point that then you'll have to replace it later. I don't actually know, and I don't know if they've released a game like this in the past to where we would be able to look at it on a comparison level of seeing what they did before. So like this slime, when it teleports up, I'm guessing the Guraham is the slime and Muncher is the bat. So maybe it didn't take damage. To be honest, I don't know how I feel in this game. I'm not sure what type of impression it gives me. See, I don't either, and that's why I'm just trying to find for more information. Like, trying to suss out a little bit of context in here so that maybe I can get a better feel for how I feel about it, but I don't think that's happening. Now, that said, it doesn't release until December 9th, right? So we have some time. It's only August now, so that could mean that by the time that this game is closer, hopefully we can see a more in-depth actual like example of what this game is and how it's going to play out. I would like a gameplay showcase essentially. I'd even take like a dev video of them explaining how the game works so that I can get a proper like finger on what we're doing here. I think the yellow bars were supposed to be stamina. Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't like it's just a little too vague right now. As a general concept, maybe, although like here's the other thing, right? They talked about all these treasures you can get and their valuation and what they're worth, which is fine, but I also need to know why I care about what they're worth, right? What can I do with the money? What can I do with the valuation of the things that I've found? Do I get to build a base? Does that allow me to buy, better things to capture more monsters? What is the purpose of getting the treasures themselves? I don't know. I would like to know, but I do not know right now. So I genuinely don't know how I feel on this game as a whole. And I think I'll stop talking. But what did you think? Is this a series, and I specifically mean this style of spinoff that Dragon Quest has done before? And if so, how did it go in the past? Or if this is new to the Dragon Quest franchise, how do you feel about it? Especially if you're a large Dragon Quest fan, or if you're not one, where do you sit in terms of the appeal of this game? Because I do know that if you're a big fan of a franchise, for instance, take myself with Final Fantasy, I'm normally willing to try out damn near anything that has those words on the game case, right? Even if it's something that I might not have been interested in otherwise, because it has the Final Fantasy branding on it, or especially if it has known Final Fantasy characters in it, I'm like, guess I'm trying it. And I don't know if it's the same way for Dragon Quest, right? I would like to believe so, but what is the purpose and approach here when it comes to how do Dragon Quest fans feel about the spinoffs? And if you're not a Dragon Quest fan, how does this game sit for you if you don't have that, pre-established feelings towards the franchise? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep in the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. Be right back, though. I have to change shirts. Have to try to give the illusion that these weren't all recorded all on the same day. Back to back, endlessly, onward and forever. I have no idea what their force cost gabbers. I feel like that trailer could have been a whole lot better. Like, it wasn't a bad display, but I just feel like it wasn't very, informative. So spam out some of the chat. I mean, ideally, that's what this is for. That is ideally what that is for. Although I see that El Canadiano needs to either spend 100 channel points or just accept this gift in order to use the emote themselves.
Rank up.
There we go. Problem solved. I don't have to do a lot of things, El Canadiano. Besides, you're here a lot. You support me a lot. The least I can do is give you a sub to be able to help me out by placing a high YouTube swan. Like, damn, what an argument, right? Oh man, you already hang out and support me so much. I'm gonna spend $250 so that you can support me even more. If one day you go for Streamer affiliate, I'll start buying your skins. Thanks, El Canadiano. Athena was having a conversation with me about maybe just going ahead and doing the affiliate push. Because with 20, I normally sit around 10-ish viewers, and then if we get a raid or two, I'll pop up to around 20. So I think last time I checked, I was actually at 17 of 20 in terms of the CCV needed to get the affiliate ship. And it's maybe after I come, because you only need a CCV of 20 within a 14-day period with the other metrics. And it's after I take this break, with it only checking a 14-day window, if I just spent 2 streams doing an affiliate push, I'd probably just immediately get it based on my regular viewership plus like dropping off a couple of the older streams, and then we can just like not worry about it from that point forward. I'll think about it while we're on break. Maybe we'll do it. Especially because I have got some connections and stuff between some Stream Raiders people now that are actually pretty interested in helping if I ever did go to do that. Like Roman Edge, Minimal Gameplay, Coco Joe Bro and stuff. So yeah. Anyway, but in the meantime, we're gonna keep rocking on this YouTube shit. Fuck! It never stops. Oh man, I knew when I was like, I'm gonna do this, I was like, it's gonna take so long. It's gonna take forever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. That said, let's rock that YouTube shit. Damn right. Let's go. Okay. Stretch out the legs. Okay, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. There's more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the gameplay trailer for Return to Monkey Island, the return of the long-beloved point-and-click adventure franchise. Although, I got some bones to pick with some of you if you're watching this video, but I'll save it for after we watch the trailer. So, we watched the initial reveal of this, and we were like, hey, that looks kind of cool. Not a whole lot of information or anything about it, but it's cool to see Monkey Island coming back. It's a very beloved franchise, and, you know, we're always welcoming to see people sell us our nostalgia. As long as they do it in a you know, a quality way. That's really the important part, you know? Is that it's quality when you sell us our childhoods back to us. But, regardless, let's look at what the actual game looks like.
Pirating is in my blood, like adrenaline or stale grog. I've been in enough scraps to fill a dozen scrapbooks. I've got stories about ships, fights, love, treasure, betrayal, and root beer. But how about one that has all of the above? My name is Guybrush Threepwood, and this is a story about the time I finally found the secret of Monkey Island.
Guybrush Threepwood.
So, let's talk about the thing that I called out at the beginning. One, this game, Return to Monkey Island, does hold the name Monkey Island, features the characters from Monkey Island. It does not have the same visual style as all the other Monkey Island games is. And to all you people that were sending fucking death threats to the original creator of Monkey Island who did work on this game because it doesn't look the same way, you are atrocious human beings, you are bad, and you should feel bad. Obviously, this takes a more like paper look visual style to it. It's kind of cutesy styled compared to like the characters are much more like cute compared to the way that they looked in the past games. I think it looks great. I don't have that bias. I don't understand why you would be that way in general, especially because the game still looks pretty damn good. I still like the way that it looks. Obviously, it does not look the same as the games did in past. That's okay, but at the same time, holy crap, be better. Like, what is wrong with you? Be better. Because I actually like looked at that a lot. Obviously, like a lot of Guybrush's jokes over the years, I'm just like, God, he's so fucking cringy. But that's kind of the point, right? That's kind of the point of his character. That's what he's meant to be, especially given the serious nature of a lot of other things that exist within that. People are D-bags, El Canadiano, you right. And so I like this. I think this looks great. This looks like a fun time. It's going to be a silly adventure. We're going to laugh. We're going to joke. We're going to cringe. We're going to groan. And it's going to be a really enjoyable adventure. And I don't know why a character looking, like why a visual style changing slightly is the thing that completely breaks that for you. Because I think, unless you just don't like the way it looks, which if you don't like the way it looks, that's fine. Again, that's not a reason to be as hateful as people are being. But if you don't like it and that causes you to not be interested in it, that's fine. Whatever. Don't buy it. But don't be disgusting in such a way. And on top of that, like, I still think it looks fun. Like, it looks like an enjoyable time. And I bet it's going to be a very memorable adventure. And I am sad that so many people are not able to like get past their own vitriol to the point that they will get to enjoy this the way that so many of the rest of us will. Definitely seems fun for those that want to play it. It does. It looks ridiculous in a good way. And like I can see where like the visual style might not be very appealing to some people because of this. Like I'm going to call it paper and like the weird twinning effects that they use of like the way that the paper joints and stuff work. If it's not your jam, that's fine. But if you're a fan of Monkey Island, I don't believe that this is reason for you to be as hateful as people have been being when it comes to the creation of this game. Because I bet it's still going to be a fantastic experience. And those of us that aren't awful people can enjoy it. And the rest of you can go off and go somewhere else. And I would like you to no longer be part of the circle. But I agree. I prefer Deponia look, but it might be what makes me want to watch it rather than buy it. I mean, enjoy it all the same. And like, if you don't want to buy it and play it, perfectly fine. Just don't be hateful to the people that made it because you don't like the way that it looks. I don't understand that. I don't understand the idea. Like, God, like if we look at some other games recently too, like if we look at like, freaking like The Last of, like, oh God, if it to even mention the words The Last of Us, all the stuff surrounding that is absurd, right? Just because you don't like it, you don't like what they did with the story, you don't like this or that, whatever, right? But God, the hatefulness that comes out of people simply because of people made a video game the way that they wanted to make it is ridiculous. Especially when it's not like they're promoting like Nazism or stuff like that, right? Like, you know what? If you want to hate on somebody for promoting something awful, absolutely, right? That's one thing. But you're hating on people because they didn't make the story choices that you made, or they didn't go with a visual style that you think they should have. So the people that send hate just for the look of the game should be ashamed of themselves. Like, do you seriously not have anything better to invest yourself in? Really? Like, that's what you're going to spend your energy on? Man, you must be lucky that that is the largest complaint that you have in your life. I'm a tasteful hater and let other people enjoy it. Have fun with it. I mean, you can even be hateful on it. You can be like, man, I think this looks like absolute dog water, right? And I'd be like, oh, I don't really agree. I can see where you might not like it, but it's one thing to express your dislike for the design of something, and another one to be to the point where you are like spewing vitriol at the creators. Be better. But to those of you that are still watching, thanks, since we just went on that massive negativity rant. What did you think about the return to Monkey Island? Are you a longtime fan of the series? And if so, where does this modern entry sit with you? Are you over it? Do you think it looks good, bad? Do you just want to enjoy more of the series? Is it not what you were hoping for? Let us know down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, there's a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. Scott Skyvers, you don't think you'll be playing it, but you're not going to stop people from playing it? That's perfectly fine. That is fine. And, you know, if it ends up that they get a bunch of bad sales because the game wasn't the style that people wanted, that is a message to them. That is not, fuck you, I hope you die, right? Like, I'm not buying your game because I don't like the changes that you made. And they're like, crap, we didn't make the money. Maybe we should learn from our mistakes and not make those kind of changes or try something a little bit more faithful to the original. Boom, bam, done. Then that didn't threaten anybody's life. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if I do see you in one of those other videos, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Alrighty then. How are we doing on time? 5 minutes. I want to play the music, but I don't want it to fucking make my stream choke, man. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let the music play, and I'm going to leave this open because I don't want to start another one with only like less than 5 minutes left. I don't think that's the right timing on that. But I actually need to use the restroom and maybe go, I'm going to go grab a little snack bag with like some nuts and fruit in it. So I will be right back. Did you put Spotify in offline mode? There's an offline mode near the first drop-down menu. Private session? Probably early your battle if it helps timing better. I think I'm alright right now. No, I don't have premium. Please give Athena the slopperiest kiss on the face when you pass by her from me. She's still laying down, at least from my understanding, so. It's offline mode there for me in a private session. Okay. Yeah, I have no reason to pay for Spotify Premium, like at all. I landed at 8:30 a.m. local time when she called last. Okay. Two healers, one bomber. Either is can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to El Canadiano, followed by a tie between AP10 and Scott Scabbers. Most assists going to Do You Need a Healer, followed by El Canadiano. Welcome back, Scott Scabbers. I'm pounding some jerky. If that'll help. I feel like it's those songs that I see the issues with the most. Wonder if it's just those songs that have the issue. El Canadiano and Scott Scabbers with the rewards. Get rid of all those. See if that works. feel like it was particular songs that I was having the issue with. We'll see. We'll see. Does it only happen when it ends naturally or not? I don't know. I wasn't going to sit there and wait for the songs to play all the way through. I was just moving them to the end. It seems to only happen, like, when the song ends and it's moving on to the next one. But I feel like it was only happening on particular songs. And I know what songs I feel like it was associated with, and I removed all of those. I don't know if it needs to play all the way through the song for it to, like, have a chance of happening. So I was just clicking to the end and letting them, like, naturally expire. Where's our villagers at? But I don't genuinely know. Like, that was the easiest way to do just like a little bit of quick troubleshooting. Like, I'll end up letting this song play all the way out between now and the next battle, so we'll be able to find out by that point, but for the time being, that's what we got. Okay, back onto the reactions. We're on this one now. Okay, strap in, everybody. This one's going to be a long one, just so you know. Warning, warning, warning. We're in for a lot here. We are in for a lot. Because we got 2.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, 47 seconds, 48 seconds, 48 seconds. That's a repeat. 6.5 minutes. This is a monster. We're doing a lot. In fact, just in case, let me move Stream Raiders off to the side. It doesn't want to move off to the side because it's too high of a resolution right now. Hold on. Just in case I need to run this during the video, let me shrink this down to a smaller window and move it over here so that if I need to run the battle through the video like I did for the Xenoblade 3 Direct, I can. Because I might need to do that. But anyway, regardless, here we are now. Thank you for the YouTube swans, everybody. I appreciate it a lot. Strap in. And we are going to go ahead and start from the beginning. Okay. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out everything surrounding Star Ocean: The Divine Force. In a way, you could even almost call this an analysis because we got a lot of footage to go over and we're going to be talking about a lot of things involving this game. And we're going to start all the way from the beginning when Star Ocean: The Divine Force was first debuted, announced, revealed at the State of Play for PlayStation back in October of 2021. And in the time since then, they have actually put out a lot of footage for the Divine Force. We've been seeing character trailers and mission trailers and gameplay trailers and stuff. Like, while it's not necessarily, in my mind, one of the biggest, like, franchise reveals, releases that we could have, they've been putting out a lot of content for it, which, like, is cool, right? It's cool because they're wanting to see a reemergence and a revival of the Star Ocean franchise, because Star Ocean for the longest time has just kind of been sitting in the past. And I think a lot of us were very surprised to see Star Ocean as a modern release, and not just like, oh, we cleaned up the old games and they're available on Steam. It's actually a new game, kind of like Valkyrie Elysium, bringing Valkyrie Profile back into the modern age and the modern day. We're like, man, okay, not only are you not just selling us our childhood, you're actually wanting to make this something that we care about today and make new people care about it today. And let's just start getting into this. So like I have seen this trailer before. This is the debut trailer, but for the sake of the completion of this video and its content, I did want to include it here. So I remember when this was first showed off, we were all kind of trying to guess at what it was, right?
Scanning craft. Pan-Galactic Federation battleship, the Astoria. Weapons activity detected. Readying third
Starboard
strike.
thrusters to full power.
There's no
Watching
time.
this trailer, is this 4K? Yeah, like watching this trailer in 4K
All crew
is
members
very
get to an
different.
escape.
It's also not being encoded through a garbage live stream bitrate. Remember, people were initially thinking like maybe like Xenosaga, but no, there's no way, because this is a state of play, but it does look very Xenosaga-esque, right? We're like, whoa, maybe, I don't know. Or Xenoblade, I guess, but you know, that's still locked to Nintendo, which is fine. But it definitely had some serious Xenoblade like vibes to it in terms of the general presentation here.
Are you quite all right?
It's help you're offering, then it's help I'm taking.
Damn near the full Federation fleet's moving in on us.
Wish I could say we're good, but the Fed saw to it we aren't.
The crew of the Aegis needs you. Good luck, Ray.
With me, Mommy.
Seek only to devour this world.
I am certain your journey into the stars above will bring hope to the future of this world, Your Highness.
Spare me your self-righteousness.
I
shall be saved
like
by mine own hands.
If humanity should persist as it has, never will it find total freedom from sorrow. What hope do we hold should they descend upon us now?
What are you trying to say, Eve? You trying to say that these giant zippers plastered onto her breasts don't look very comfortable? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure that is a perfectly comfortable attire.
If you dare
You
turn
just
your
don't
back to
understand
this,
modern
I swear
fashion.
I'll destroy the Federation ship by ship until there's not a damn thing left!
Comes out later this year, which is crazy. It's crazy. There's not enough time. Okay, so this is a release date trailer. I can see in the description that it says October 27th. Crap. Yep, those exact ones. Yeah, I know. I noticed her outfit too, and I was like, why? I mean, I know why, but why? I noticed her outfit earlier on when she was like typing at the terminal, right?
War is much the same here in the stars as it is in our world.
Her clothing looks much more practical.
Well, we came this far. Can't turn back now.
I wish to go forth and protect this kingdom.
As someone who has had a zipper on skin, it's not
this
comfortable.
entire planet.
Are you sure?
Ray, will you not take me with you?
His clothing looks comfy, but unpractical. It's got the weird part is the weird rings on the arms, right? The rest of it just looked like you know a tactical shirt essentially, but he's got like these metal rings on the edges of his shirt.
As well as Chloe's, could become compromised should we involve ourselves any further.
The Lawrence family comes from a long line of well-known merchants. We always pay our debts.
Yep, you got that right.
We'll make it work.
Blame your own misfortune that embroiled you in this. Now perish!
Duma production model 004213 activating. Confirmed. Life forms in need of protection.
What the heck's this supposed to be?
What is this?
Later. Right now, we've got company. We are the ones who should be
I
utilizing
like the
this power.
historical knight armor
Take
amongst
control of her,
the space
and all
venturers.
this can change. Besides, our ride will be coming soon.
Which means we have to take what we want.
You mean we gotta fight them too?
Must we fight?
This will never change until one or the other is no more!
Burgoldian Interstellar has already deployed forces throughout the system to intercept them.
Don't tell me you're seriously planning to strike at the Federation. Why exactly are you here, pray tell? Have you aims at world domination?
It's very beautiful, though. The settings are really entrancing. Like, absolutely captivating. The different landscapes and stuff, and like the cityscapes. Like, visually, the game is beautiful. Definitely seems like near
Is evacuating the
fantasy. Sure,
correct
yeah.
course of action?
That leaves not all well.
Don't worry, Dad. I got this.
But why would you do that?
Perhaps it's best if you enlighten
Like, there's
them
some serious
yourself.
quality
Tell
in
them your
here
purpose
when it
and
comes to the
identity.
visual style.
It
Even
is
in, like, the
not our
animation work.
intent to
I will
conquer.
say the main character's
And
run
why should we
animation, his
believe you?
shoulders look like they're on, like,
You have
weird
rejected our
static
every
gyros.
guarantee of safety.
But the actual combat
Surely
looks
you know.
really
You
good.
were doing what you thought was right, correct?
Her Highness has chosen to die with dignity.
No!
Regardless of what
You ever think the angles in anime are a little weird?
They
What do you
wish
mean?
it or not, such a future is now their fate.
Like, so we're gonna roll back to that for just a moment. It's the pause for me,
Chosen to die with
right? It's the
dignity.
pause. If it was just a full pan up, if it was just a full pan up, that
Regardless
would be
of
fine.
whether-
But no, it gets to her fucking boobs. By the way, I see you, YouTube. Most replayed right here. Right here, it says most replayed. If it was just a normal pan up, like where it just kept the same speed, but no, pauses right here,
Regardless
and then
of whether they
slowly
wish
brings
it
up.
or
It doesn't even get her whole head in the frame. Jesus Christ. Y'all need to calm down. So they might get to it in the many other trailers that we have to watch, but I did want to look a little bit at the combat HUD real quick, because so we can see that there's 4 characters at a time. I'm assuming Midas is almost dead. We got Raymond, Letitia, Midas, and Nina. And I mean, this is just a bunch of visual effects soup right now. But we have 2 actual bars going on. There's nothing else on here, right? Like, there's no ability buttons or anything on here. But we have AP and VA, which AP is probably action points. I don't actually know how old Star Ocean games played. I don't. And so I don't know if they were meant to be like turn-based or if they're action-based. I don't know what this game is going to be. It obviously could be different. But we see vatting right here. So that's probably what this bar is. They're controlling Letitia right now, and that bar is what's filling up. And action points AP is probably some sort of like limited or regenerating resource that allows you to use special abilities. But I'll just leave that there for now, and maybe we'll see some more in these other trailers. So I'm actually going to move this one over here, and we have 2 very short character introduction trailers, which is Raymond and Letitia, which seem to be the 2 like main characters. Old ones were a lot like Tales of Arise. Okay, so let's just get introduced to these characters, and then we'll get into the mission reports. Even the
If you
original
thought I said
SNES
some
one?
weird
Okay.
stuff before, brace yourself. I'm from another world, one that's far, far away in the sky. If I start missing you guys, I can come whenever I want, and if you call, I'll come running. To be perfectly honest, my mind is just focused on preparing for what needs to be done tomorrow.
What is
I'll
your
rip apart
hair,
the
though, my
Federation piece
dude?
by piece till there's not a damn thing left!
What kind of captain would I be if I told my crew to start offing themselves? I was just asking if she's ready. And how am I supposed to save her without you, huh? You gotta trust me on this one, okay? Everything will be fine.
So, just a little note, it is amazing the presentation difference that video quality can make. So, like this last one that we watched is on the official Square Enix YouTube channel, full 4K, looks great, very appealing. This is also on the Square Enix channel, but it's on 1080p, and man, does it make the game look so much worse. And I don't understand why. Okay, and this is going to be Leticia.
To that end, Ray, I have a proposition for you.
But
Assist us
1080p
in
on
our
YouTube is
journey,
not
and
1080p.
we shall
Compressed
assist
1080p
you
is
in
bad
yours.
on YouTube. I say that as
This
I
will be the
upload
first
1080p
step of
videos.
many.
I'm
Fret
doing my
not,
best.
For I would be honored if you joined us. The more allies I have in this endeavor, the better. Brave soldiers of Osirius! With me! That is our planet? Our world? Now I am here for no other purpose than to see my dearest friend well at last. After we met, I began to think
The
that
pacing of
everything
these trailers
will
and
be
general
fine, that
presentation
things
is also
will work
very
out.
different. At least these character trailers. Also, I'm power to you, Square Enix, for not using the massive open zipped booby lady as the second main character. Instead, you have the very modest, heavily armored, cutesy character. Congratulations, good job. Such a doll face. Yeah, I mean that's fine though. All right, so now this is the mission report number 1. Main characters in combat. Oh, yeah. That sounds like what I want to hear. Tell me how this fucking combat works,
that
bro.
hunger, that bottomless greed that drives them. And they will not rest
Really wish
until
this
they
had
have claimed
4K.
every last star in the sky.
But this actually still looks better than that last one. Those character trailers felt really poor in terms of the actual visual quality.
We've obtained new intel on the latest adventure in the Star Ocean saga.
I'm ready.
In the far reaches of space, a lone merchant vessel on a standard transport mission is abruptly
My
gunned
coffee is
down by
cold.
the
Good
Astoria,
thing it's empty now.
a pan-galactic Federation battleship with a member of the esteemed Canny family on board. The unfortunate vessel is the Edith, captained by Raymond Lawrence.
I'm sure we'll be fine. Come on now.
Separated from his trusted crew, Raymond's escape pod crash lands on a primitive and unfamiliar planet. There, he meets a young...
Is that why she's dressed in armor? Because it's a primitive planet? What did the cup say on the bottom? Oh, look human, it's the brand. Is that why she's dressed in armor and has swords? Because they're primitive? They don't have, like, space travel?
lady with a mission. She's Leticia Osirius.
I hope to have you all at my side in the fight to come.
With her kingdom on the brink of disaster, Leticia takes it upon herself to save her people and homeland. Mid-journey, she witnesses an odd shooting star plummet into the nearby woods. Upon drawing closer, she encounters Raymond. The Divine Force offers 2 heroes to choose from. Play as Raymond, a hothead from a futuristic planet searching for his lost crew. Or as Leticia, whose kingdom on an underdeveloped planet faces ruin at the hands of a terrible threat. The events of the story will unfold from a unique perspective, depending on whom you choose.
Interesting. That's cool.
Joining you on your trek across the stars is a motley crew.
I was merely performing my duty as a knight.
I intend to return the favor.
So, what do you say? Can someone like little me join you?
I reserve the right to leave whensoever I wish.
Secure the perimeter. Secure the perimeter.
Your journey
His head is
begins
not the only thing
on
that's
the
hot.
underdeveloped planet of Astor 4. The lands surrounding the radiant royal city of Ascendros offer beautiful vistas, treacherous caverns, and a wide array of terrain to explore. Engage in combat fluidly when
I'm
encountering
curious how
enemies
far
out in
each
the
of their
open.
story goes, because they collide with one another, right?
Battles are carried out in parties of 4. You can switch between and control party members on the fly to
Thank you.
utilize each ally's unique skill set.
And it's a hot swap. I love that.
Enemies up ahead.
Actions are carried out by using AP in battle.
Okay.
Performing certain actions in combat will increase your max AP temporarily, allowing you to execute even more powerful skills.
Feels very similar to Tales of Berseria in that manner. How long you streaming for, Big Daddy? As long as this takes.
Feel the heat of battle via real-time visceral combat. Or pause the action with stop mode.
Okay, so pulling from like Final Fantasy
In
VII
stop
Remake
mode,
in that.
the battle comes to a standstill, granting you time to switch targets, command your allies, and strategize like a leader.
Neat.
Assign any of your skills to each of the action buttons. Utilize chain combos to link actions together and add an edge to your combat prowess. This concludes our report on all currently accrued intel.
This
However,
report anyway,
have
we
more
got
to
another
share than
one.
just the basics of battle. Prime yourself to fight and explore your way through an engrossing dynamic world in the latest entry in the Star Ocean saga. We will cover even more exciting features in our next report on the Divine Force.
Looks like some additional combat stuff.
You'll
as
hear
well
from
like
us as more intel comes in.
Traversal and stuff
Over
like
and
that. Okay, let's go ahead and jump straight into the next one. So this is Duma and Vanguard Assault.
Do my eyes deceive me? Or is that a Duma with you?
We're after
Context?
the cargo they have stored there. I want it in one piece.
Duma! What are you?
Duma production model 004213 activating.
We've obtained new intel on the latest adventure in the Star Ocean saga. In the far reaches of space, after its destruction by a pan-galactic Federation battleship, the Aegis jettisons an escape pod carrying Duma as its cargo. Duma is an unusual creation imbued with superior intelligence and self-cognizance. Though it appears to be a robotic machine, it refers to itself as a life form. Duma joins Raymond and company on their journey, despite its less than clear intentions. Duma imparts extraordinary abilities to each member of the travel party.
We call it Duma. It's highly dangerous.
It's plain to see there's no semiomantic connection between you and your orb. And yet still, it heeds your command.
The bonds forged with the mysterious Duma will eventually find Raymond and Leticia caught in a destiny of cosmic proportions.
This world will never know peace, as long as that thing exists.
A defining feature of Duma's hardware is access to VA, or Vanguard Assault, which allows for a wide range of abilities and utility. For instance, the ability to take flight. Using Duma, players can glide quickly through the air with full range of motion, both out in the wild or while in town. It can even be worked into combos.
Nobody bats an eye, all right.
In addition, the world around you holds a veritable treasure trove of hidden items.
Wonder what limitations there are
Chief
to
among
how
these
far
are
you can
gems.
go.
Gems are mysterious crystals that house the power to boost Duma's abilities. Finding and collecting these gems will be a great help on your journey. The Duma also has the ability to scan for treasure chests and interactable objects while out in the world. Combing an area for rare items can be a daunting task.
Oh,
But
okay.
Duma's field scan makes hunting down riches a snap. During
Gotta have those
combat,
Witcher senses.
Duma can be used to employ a diverse range of powerful attacks. First, there's VA attacks. Hold down the applicable button to levitate high in the air, then release it to come crashing down on your enemies at high speed. Use this ability to push enemies back or inflict heavy damage.
Okay, and that tells us what the VA is.
VA actions may manifest in different
Vanguard
ways,
Assault. So that's what
depending
that
on the
bar
character
is.
using them.
And
Discover
then it has
each
to charge
character's
back up
unique
after you use
abilities
it.
and use them to your advantage in battle. Once an enemy has its sights on you, perform a sudden course change while launching a VA attack and tear out of their range of vision to blindside them.
So it's just another
While in
resource.
this state, the enemy will lose sight of the player and become incapacitated for a short time, during which they'll take significantly more damage. You'll find this can prove most lethal to your foes. Multiple foes can be blindsided at once. When used effectively, it can lay waste to entire hordes of enemies in
Seems like
one fell
attacking stuff
swoop.
cards. Yeah.
Blindsides
Although
are a
I'm
key
not
strategy to felling
really sure
formidable
how you
foes.
get action points back. If I had to guess, action points back recharge over time rather than based on attacks. Okay,
The
yeah, we
aggression
just saw it.
radar can
when
be
they
used
stopped
to better
attacking and started
execute
running around, their
blindsides.
action points regen very, very quickly.
This helpful radar displays directional information on incoming enemy attacks while the player stands still during combat. In other words, it can assist in planning
This
out which
combat
targets to
looks fun as
blindside.
hell.
Seemingly impenetrable enemies with wide fields of vision can also be blindsided if certain conditions are met during combat.
Like this
Consider
combat
these
looks like
options when planning your
intense,
battle strategies.
fast, chunky, responsive. It looks like even if it doesn't have a whole lot of like genuine
VA
depth
can
in it,
also be
it's just gonna
utilized
feel
when
good
entering
to
battle.
play it.
If the battle is instigated by attacking the enemy while they are unaware of the player's presence, a surprise attack and accompanying bonus will occur. This bonus ensures the enemy hit by the attack as well as all nearby enemies are blindsided. Greater rewards will be earned for any enemies defeated before the blindside effect wears off.
Like if a game could just make you feel like an absolute
This
badass while
concludes
you're
our
playing
report
it.
on all currently accrued intel. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Duma's capabilities. Utilizing Duma, players can expect to bring even more versatility to their prowess in combat.
Limit
It
break
also
slash
appears
special
that some
attacks.
seek to obtain Duma's unique powers for themselves.
We are the ones who should be utilizing the powers of that Duma.
Fair things as far as the seamless battles on the field rather than the separate
In our
zones.
next
It's really
report,
rare
we
even
aim
in
to
action
shed more
RPGs.
light
You're
on these
right. It looks
powers and the
really
shady
good.
characters that chase after them.
Like watching this has taken my interest from this from like a 7 to like a 9 to a 10. This looks really
You'll
good.
hear from us again as more intel comes in. Over and out.
I don't know, they didn't really give us a whole lot of details on the story itself, but the general gameplay loop looks solid. Like it looks really solid. And that's good because like one of the things is that when it comes to games, some things are able to do heavier load lifting than other things. And one of the things that can lift a lot when it comes to a game is its gameplay. Because like there can be a game that has one of the best stories ever written, but if it is atrocious to play, it is very, very difficult to actually get to experience that story. And that's kind of what we're seeing here with not what we're seeing here, but that is not what is happening with Star Ocean. But one thing that can be said, if a game has incredible gameplay, that can make up for really bad story, right? You're like, man, the story of this game was trash, but it was so fun to play that I didn't even care, right? That doesn't normally work in reverse. There's a couple other things in there in terms of visuals and audio design. If a game has really flat audio design, it can take away from it. But again, if the game is still really fun to play, it can make up for that. If the visuals suck, that's actually normally harder to get over because unless it's really fun despite its visuals, which there are some games like bad visuals. It depends on what you consider bad visuals, because if it's like a retro style where it's using like pixel art or something like that, that is not necessarily the same as something just having bad visuals. You just might not like them. But again, if it plays really well and is really fun to play, that can lift a game out of the depths. A game that is really fun to play that has no story at all is Dead Cells. Some people don't like the way that Dead Cells looks because it uses a 2D side-scrolling platforming pixel art style look. And so you got two things that for some people are knockdowns, but I can tell you Dead Cells is fun as hell from my perspective. And so that can make up for both of those things not being great. There's a game that we played relatively recently that just didn't have audio, and it was weird. It was such a quiet game. It was the most muted music I'd ever heard. But again, if the game is fun, it can make up for all of that. And the game looks fun. It looks really, really good. There was a reason I like Lacrimosa. Yeah, they could have done a much better job hyping the story. The gameplay looks fantastic, though. I bet they're not hyping up the story too much. One, because depending on how significant the two stories are, we know that Raymond and, Letitia? Was that her actual name? Letitia, okay. Depending on how and when their stories link up, we don't know how significant their two sides are. And it's weird because they pitched it as like Raymond is the sci-fi story and Letitia is the fantasy story, but those stories cross. But how soon do they cross, right? How soon do the two stories become one? And when they do become one, how do those playthroughs differ? Because, like, we played a game recently called Scarlet Nexus that had dual protagonists, and you pick which one you're going to play as at the beginning, and that that influences the side of the story that you see going through it. But I can say that largely, it didn't make a very significant difference based on which side you picked, because they still... They join forces halfway through the game, and from that point forward, they are largely following the same path. And before that, they are actually on opposite sides. They're against one another. But regardless of that, it didn't feel like I got a whole lot more when we looked into playing from the other person's perspective. And I'm curious how that works here. Because like Scott Skyward says, when do they meet up? Because it kind of felt like they meet up super early. Because, you know, his plane gets destroyed and then he's trying to figure out where his crew is, which definitely feels like the start of a story, right? And if they meet up super early, how then is their different paths different? What is the variance between them? And one possibility is they don't have the same ending, right? It could be that if you play as Letitia, Raymond joins Letitia's story and we see what happens through the end of Letitia's story. And vice versa. Letitia joins Raymond's stories and we see Raymond go and stop the Federation or the Empire, whatever they were called, right? But I don't know, and I can't tell. It's obviously all connected in some form around Duma, the super intelligent hyper AI thing. But if they have the same ending, it then drastically draws into question the genuine value of the dual protagonist perspectives in terms of what one gives you over the other one. I'll definitely be interested in whether it's worth another playthrough for the main character or whether it ends up just being a watch the other stuff on YouTube type thing. I'm honestly leaning towards it's watch the other stuff on YouTube type thing, just guessing out of personal perspective and experience, because I bet their journey ends the same way. And unless they get split up, I don't imagine that you will see a lot of variance after they have teamed up. But I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. I don't know, and we won't know until the game comes out in October. But like I said earlier, this series of trailers definitely took my interest in this from probably a moderate 6 to a strong 9, strictly just because the game looks fun as hell to play. I like the exploration, I like the discovery, I like the ability to go and do things to be able to build my characters up, and the combat looks really, really good. My nose hurts all of a sudden, and I apologize for that. Oh, my allergies are just punching me right now, hammering my sinuses. Oh my god, Lord help me. Feels like somebody just stabbed my nose with an ice pick. That is atrocious. Oh, man. Depending if it is a new game, I'd most likely do that for the story I missed up to when they meet up. Well, and that also comes into the question of how soon did they meet up, because in that, it definitely felt like they meet up really early. So, unless something pulls them apart... Oh my god, I'm in so much pain. Unless something pulls them apart, I'm just really curious what the... how drastic their two storylines could be. But I guess we'll find out soon. To you watching right now, watching me cry and in pain as my nose feels like it's about to just explode out of my face. What did you think about all those trailers? I'd love to hear from you. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. What sits well with you, what does not? I'm obviously super hyped about the gameplay, but that doesn't mean you are. And if you're not, why are you not? Where are you sitting on the story, the general approach? What do you feel like in terms of what we're seeing here? And especially, I would ask how you feel about the comparisons that people are making between the Divine Force and Xenoblade, because there's still a lot of comparisons between the two. Even as we mentioned, the seamless battles, Xenoblade has done that the entire time, and so we see it here too. This game obviously is not being developed exclusively for the Switch. We see a lot more going on that is this game even coming to the Switch? I don't think it is. That would allow it to exist on stronger hardware. Let me know. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Thank you. Athena brought me a paper towel to help with my face. Holy shit. My poor face. Man, it literally just like punched me. I can't even express just how much that like hurt. Oh, it hurt so bad. Okay, and while this battle runs, I'm going to step off screen and try to fix my face. Do this. Be right back. Don't die for allergies. I even took my allergy meds this morning. I take 2 allergy meds every fucking day. I take a nasal spray and I take a fucking Claritin. Or Zyrtec or whatever the fuck it is. It's a generic brand of those. Normally only during the warmer months when there's stuff like pollen. Holy crap, man. Going random. Athena with the Busters, got Scabbers with the Saints. Yeah, my doctor, like years ago now, told me that I needed to start taking more allergy meds. And the reason that they explained it is like I was having problems with my asthma. I was having trouble breathing. And they're like, okay, you have allergies. You have seasonal allergies. You're allergic to like pollen and shit like that, right? It's not very normal to be allergic to those things. It's like, uh-huh. Yeah, and he's like, okay, so here's the thing that sucks, right? Is that that's also part of your respiratory. It's mostly in your sinuses, but it's still part of your respiratory system. Okay? He goes, all right. What happens, though, is that your allergies will upset your asthma, and then because your asthma is getting worse, it actually makes it harder for your body to deal with your allergies. So when your allergies make your asthma worse, your asthma will make your allergies worse. And then because your allergies got worse again, it'll make your asthma worse. And they just keep on compiling on top of each other until you just like don't like breathing anymore. And I was like, I hate breathing, doctor. And he's like, yeah, I know. So take more allergy meds, and controlling your allergies will help you more easily control your asthma, which will then make it more easily to control your allergies. And then just get to the winter months when you don't have those problems. And I'm like, oh, good. Great. Man, that was rough, y'all. That was rough. Did anyone see if we froze while that song finished? I did not look. Forgot to look. Because it makes Alaska a good place to live since it's cold more often. It's true. Yep. My asthma actually got immensely better after I moved here. Like, just in a general sense. Like, my asthma was immensely more severe in Oklahoma all the time. All right. My face doesn't feel nearly as in pain. Let's go on to the next one. Oh, and Q, I don't know if you're still here. If you are, I am recording a whole bunch of reactions today in preparation for when I won't be making content for a little while. I'm going to be taking a little break from things between August 4th through the 14th, but I wanted the YouTube channel to still have daily uploads. And so we have a whole bunch of reactions already built and scheduled out. So what all of these windows up here are, and what all of these windows up here are. And then you can see on these other windows the ones that we've already done, those and those. So we're recording a ton of these, talking about a whole bunch of video games that are coming out and stuff like that. And then I have to like edit all this shit and stuff like that. But that's for me to worry about. So we're recording these. The stream will be done when I'm done with these. But there's this problem of that I like to talk. I talk a lot. And I like to talk about video games immensely. And so when there's a trailer that we're watching, especially if it's something that catches my attention, we end up talking a lot about it. That Star Ocean trailer took the entire fucking 30 minutes. Mind you, there was like five trailers. 5? 6. One of those numbers. So that one was the longer one. Normally they're around 10 to 15 minutes. Normally. All right. So much talking. I know. It's like I never shut up. All right, here we go. Drop those YouTube swans in. Let's go. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Mario Plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, the sequel to the surprisingly damn good tactical RPG that came out on the Nintendo Switch. I remember when Mario Plus Rabbids was announced and everyone was like, fucking what? You made XCOM out of Mario and the stupid rabbit people game? Why? Absolutely why? And then it came out, and the people that were willing to try it were like, hey guys, it's actually really fucking good. And I was like, no way, no, it can't be. And like, I can tell you, I own it, I've played it, It's actually really fucking good. Like, I'm amazed. I love tactical RPGs, right? I didn't think I used to, and then I just realized that I don't like Disgaea is really what the answer is. But beyond that, I've played XCOM. I've played, the name of my favorite one, Shining Force. Shining Force is my favorite tactical RPG. Played Final Fantasy Tactics. I've played Fire Emblem, right? But I played Mario plus Rabbids. I was like, yeah, this is a really, really good one. It's really good. And then everyone else started trying it and playing. They're like, damn, it is really good. Why is this so good? And it's like, I don't know. Because it's Mario and Nintendo and they do things good. They did a good job. And then everyone's like, well, now I want more. Yo, Ubisoft, where the fuck is our next one? And everyone's like, I don't know. And now it's here. So Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope is here. It's not out yet. It comes out soon, I think. I don't know. Release date hopefully might be in one of these trailers. But let's see what they have in store for us coming soon. When the galaxy is in danger, great heroes arise. Like, even looking at it, you're like, man, this looks so stupid. His name was Professor Backpack. Ugh. Engage in wild tactical battles that are good. And forge new alliances. Bowser? I do not want to be the dude that alley-oops Bowser, like, holds my hands out to lift him up. Hell no. Big mood. Game still looks like somebody's really shitty fan art. October 20th. Okay, comes out soon then. God, there's so many good games that are coming out soon, man. Why has there got to be so many games that are coming out so soon? God, there's so many good games that are looking like they're coming out soon. Okay, so this is the gameplay overview trailer. Let's see what they got for us.
Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, takes place in a whimsical galaxy, the result of the merge of Mario and Rabbids universes. But this galaxy is in danger, as Cursa, a dark entity, wants to absorb all its energy. Its influence has spread all over the world, and is made visible by Darkness.
Darkness? Darkness?
Cursa has also sent its minions to capture the Sparks, born from the merge of Lumas and Rabbids.
Don't hurt my little
Sparks are
pudgy
almost
star
defenseless
friend.
against Cursa. But Mario and his friends will come to their rescue and save the galaxy from this terrible threat. Delve into many worlds and environments in your quest to defeat Cursa. And have the freedom to explore those worlds as you wish.
Of all collabs, I still think this is one of the strangest.
Throughout their journey, Mario and his
Not
friends
even
will meet a
including
cast of
Ariana Grande
unforgettable
being in Final
characters.
Fantasy, man. And Katy Perry, for that matter.
Some of them will give you missions to complete. Those quests are the opportunity to explore worlds lush and brimming with content, full of challenges to overcome and mysteries to uncover.
Does that include Kingdom Hearts? Yes.
New allies will join Mario and his friends in their quest.
I don't think Disney and Final Fantasy
Some
is
are
nearly
eager
as
to join the
absurd as
fight.
this is.
Some, not so much.
Mostly just because the rabbits themselves are so strange.
Even Bowser joins the team in an effort to reclaim his lost army.
Has
But
Bowser
Cursa's
ever been
unexpected
voice
minions
acted?
will stand in their way. To protect the galaxy and save the sparks, heroes will have to be brave, and they will have to fight. Make your way through a whole host of battles. Lead a team of 3 heroes you select, control directly, and move in real time in tactical, dynamic battles. Use a variety of tools to navigate the battlefield, flank your foes, and find opportunities to thwart them.
Poor Rayman, the friggin' mascot.
Adapt
for
and
Potter in
use
that game
all
is
the
more
tools
famous
at your
than Rayman
disposal,
himself in its spin-off
including
game.
your enemies. Each hero is equipped with a specific weapon,
Rayman isn't allowed to be a character
from handy
anymore.
double shots to
In the
flashy
animated series?
explosive projectiles to dazzling melee attacks. They all offer complementary playstyles. Once the heroes finish their turn, it's time for the enemies to step up. Make sure to take cover to avoid attacks, because your foes won't miss an opportunity to take aim at your heroes. Each of our heroes has a unique technique. Shield your allies in battle. Prepare a devastating counterattack. Or put your
Nap time?
enemies to sleep.
What? Yep, nap time.
Techniques will always prove useful if used in the right context. Each battle won will grant experience points to the team, and the heroes will level up, allowing them to grow more powerful. In an intense battle, Mario and his friends can count on the help of the sparks. Each hero can harness their powers in battle. Sparks open a whole world of tactical possibilities. Clever use of their abilities can truly make the difference between defeat and victory.
Oh, yeah!
Teamwork is key to gaining the upper hand. Use all the tools at your disposal to set up devastating combos and win difficult battles.
That was cool.
This was just a glimpse of the journey that awaits Mario and his friends, where the end of a quest is always the beginning of a new adventure.
I want a pudgy star friend.
Meet enchanting and enduring characters. Face powerful enemies during epic encounters. Find the sparks and save them from Cursa. Embark on this great adventure for everyone to enjoy.
I will still say, it still looks ridiculous. But you definitely should get it. It looks really good. It's going to be fun. If you enjoy this style of game, if you enjoy turn-based tactical RPGs, it's such a worth it purchase. If it's not too expensive, go and consider playing the first one. I say if it's not too expensive because there has been a trend specifically for Nintendo Switch games of like smaller releases coming out and not many people picking them up. and then a sequel coming out and people wanting to then go pick up the game that came out before it, and then that original copy being very expensive. We saw this with like Xenoblade Chronicles. Nope, not many people bought Xenoblade Chronicles 2. When Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition came out, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 went really high up on the expense. We saw this with Hyrule Warriors. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition came out. Not many people bought it. And then Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity came out. People were like, oh, I should go pick up the first game. It got super expensive. And then with like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 again, when Xenoblade Chronicles 3 came out, people wanted to pick up the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as well as the DLC for it, which had a physical release copy, and that went super expensive as well. So Phantom Rapid must make a return. I mean, we'll just get it and play it and find out, you know? Yeah. This looks good. This looks good. Like, a part of me is disappointed that it looks so good because, like, I know from playing the first one that it's going to be really good, and it's just so ridiculous that it's so good. But you know what? This is a genre that I feel is, like, underrepresented a lot of the times. We have started to see a little bit of resurgence in tactical RPGs, but for the longest time, I just didn't feel like it was getting very much love. Mostly because, like, Fire Emblem was struggling to, like, get an audience in the West, and I feel like Fire Emblem with 3 houses on the Nintendo Switch really got put into, like, the limelight in the forefront to where we're seeing more people realize that they can do this. And then, like, otherwise it was, like, Disgaea, which isn't for everybody, and then, like, XCOM, but there's only been, like, 2 XCOM games if you don't include the spin-offs. And so it was a genre that was, like, hard to find good representation in, and I feel like Mario is another one of those that is just really giving it a lot of attention. It's a shame it's only going to be on the Switch. Yes, I do agree, but if you want to, you know, rip the ROM and stuff out, you can run it on a PC. Just saying. I won't explain how, but it is possible, and it looks really good, and they normally run really well, and they're normally able to do it, like, on the very first day that it comes out. So I still want a PS5 before I buy a different console. God, good luck, friend. It's amazing that it's been, what, coming up on 3 years or something like that, 2 years, and people are still trying to find PlayStation 5s. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. It shouldn't be that way, but regardless. This looks good. What did you think, though? Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. Did you play the first game? And if so, what were your thoughts on it? Do you have as glowing of thoughts and reviews on it as I do? Or are you like, no, it was dumb and I still think it's dumb? And where do you sit on the sequel now? Are you hoping that this is better, or are you already sold on the sequel because of your thoughts on the first game? Please let me know. Put them down in the comments below if you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere. 2 great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Alrighty then. How are we doing on time? 11 minutes. Cool. Give me just a moment here. Give me just a moment here. Never realized you changed your mind on strategy games. I think that means when I get enough channel points, it'll be Arc the Lad. So here's a funny thing, right? Here's a funny thing, is that I thought I was bad at them. Okay, I thought I was bad at them, and I thought I didn't like them. But most of that was strictly based off of my experiences with the Disgaea franchise. And then I was talking to a friend of mine who I was like, he was looking for old games to play, and I was like, oh man, one of my favorite games from the past is Shining Force, right? The original Shining Force, still today, is one of my favorite games. I fucking love that game. Shining Force is incredible. And like I've also played like Final Fantasy Tactics and Fire Emblem and stuff, and I don't know why, but my brain just didn't think of those games as tactical strategy games. And like I've played XCOM, and I liked XCOM. I have a couple of issues with XCOM, mostly that the game literally cheats, but you know, I like XCOM. And they were playing through Shining Force, and they were like, they came back to me one day, and they're like, "You're a fucking liar." And I was like, what did I lie about? They're like, "I thought you said you were bad at these tactical games." Bullshit. This game is hard as fuck. You telling me you beat this? And I was like, yeah? They're like, also, why the fuck do you play this if you don't like these? I was like, I don't fucking know. I'm just going off of what people have like relayed to me and stuff like that. And they're like, no, you're full of shit. This game is hard. And then I realized like how many of them I'd actually played, and it was just come strictly based off of Disgaea, and I just don't like how grindy Disgaea is. And it's literally that you have to grind that game in order to progress in that game. And it's not even like, oh, we'll go do a couple of side battles or something like that. No, you have to spend hours grinding out new characters and new classes, going through item dungeons and stuff to be able to progress in Disgaea, and I hate it. But like, I genuinely love Shining Force. Final Fantasy Tactics, great game. Fire Emblem, I only played 3 houses, and I've played the beginning of Awakening. Great game. XCOM, good games. But all of it was based off of bad experiences with Disgaea. Shining Force 3 is pretty good, I would say. Unfortunately, some of the scenarios never officially came over to the West for the 3rd. There's a very good fan translation, though, if you're ever interested. Interested, yes. Have the time for it? Probably not. And also, like, admittedly, I'd just be like, I just want to replay the first one, because it's really good. Also, hyphy. All right, on to the next one. Gotta kick out the legs a little bit. Only been standing for 4 hours. It's fine. All right. Drop in those YouTube swans. Definitely saving up for Arc the Lad then, based on those comments. I think you'd enjoy it. If you can't get the giant box set with the 100-page leather-bound book, that's definitely something we need, right? Oh, I made myself just a little too short. Come on. This camera is just a little too easy to move, I think. I don't really know how to fix that, though, but anyway. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out RoboCop, Rogue City. Now, I will say I am not a RoboCop fan, and it's not because I don't think he's cool. I don't watch movies, okay? I know that I've seen the first RoboCop, but I think I was like 8, and I didn't care that much. And, like, I did see Terminator, and I was like, is RoboCop just kind of like a different Terminator? And someone was like, no. And I'm like, oh, okay. And, like, I don't watch movies, especially live-action movies. Bruh, so hard to get me to watch live-action movies. It is a chore and a journey to even get me to consider it. But regardless, the general premise of RoboCop is pretty cool. And we have a RoboCop game coming out, and I haven't seen much on it, but man, the internet's reception to this has been insane. People are excited, and not just because it's RoboCop, but apparently because it looks really freaking good. They're like, no, man, I mean, sick that it's RoboCop, but you could have pitched this as anything, and I would have been excited because it looks great. And I'm like, really? All right, let's check it out. Let's check it out. So we'll start with the official reveal trailer, and then we also have a gameplay reveal trailer. So, see what the hype is about.
Top story, Old Detroit. Crime has escalated to new heights. Authorities are overwhelmed. OCP insists the situation is under control. But the question remains, who or what will send these crooks on the run and restore peace to all citizens once and for all?
Last year didn't show very much, did it? That's okay. That's why we have the gameplay trailer. Coming to consoles and PC in 2023. Okay, let's actually see what the actual game looks like now.
In local news, a new crime wave that is sweeping Detroit has already claimed the lives of 21 police officers.
Damn.
Disturbance? I'm a big fan. Now move.
My volume seems a bit low. I mean, it could just be that the trailer's loud. Here, we can turn the trailer down a little bit.
Can you fly?
I mean, visual, like, fidelity. Oh, Jesus Christ, that person's head exploded.
What the hell is this? Where is all the money?
We all saw it hesitate in a life and death situation. Why?
Listen, I would trust this guy with my kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Neat. You know, I don't think, and obviously, like I said, I'm not a massive RoboCop fan, so, like, I can only speak from it from somebody who is not super connected or in-depth to the franchise. It looks good, but I don't think it looks as good as people were, like, ranting and raving about, where they're just, like, screaming from the top of their heads. Not quite literally that, but that's definitely the impression that I was getting from some different avenues on the internet. The blood effects are goddamn. The person's head is gone. Initially, I was wondering if it was just a visual effect, like the blood explosion was covering up the model. No, the head is gone. It is straight. Oh, yep, it's missing. They are missing parts of their head. Great. That's some chunky but this looks good. Like, it definitely looks good. I wonder what the overall scenario is. Also, can we just point out how ridiculous this is? Just for a quick little moment, just a little aside, right? Like, if you're gonna rob a bank, right? And especially if you're gonna rob a vault that has gold bars in it, you are not fucking leaving one. Like, there is no reason that this should be here outside of to show that there was gold bars here. Now, I guess you could be like, they left it to send a message, or maybe it's a dummy, or there's something on it or something like that. But do you know how much gold is worth? Gold is worth approximately $2,000 an ounce. Now, an ounce is one gold coin. I don't know how many ounces a normal gold bar is, but it's probably a lot more than an ounce. One gold bar, I don't know how much it's worth. I'm just saying $100,000. If you're already doing this, what the hell are you leaving a gold bar behind for? This is terrible cinematography, in my opinion. Anyway, it's marked? Yeah, maybe. Sure, they knew which one was marked and just left that one behind. Sure, I'll accept that. I don't think that's the play they'll go with, but fine. You leave all the marked bills behind? Sure.
Is this?
That better be the case, because otherwise I'm going to be upset. Also, I know that this is like one of the main bad guys. He's the other RoboCop, but he doesn't have like morals or values, so he's willing to just be the bad guy for the sake of like justice. But I hope that people are excited about that reveal. Hello, Hope. But yeah, that looks cool. I mean, it's got a nice level of graphical fidelity. Maybe it's something that I'm missing in terms of like why this is so exciting. It does look visually good, but otherwise it just kind of looks like a shooter, and not even one that is standing out in any way beyond the RoboCop paint on it. But maybe somebody can explain that to me, because I don't know what it is. It's gold. You can just melt it to get rid of the mark. Sure. I don't know. That's all I got. I am not put off by it, but I'm also not impressed by it on some mind-blowing level. Maybe because every other RoboCop gun has been extremely bad. I'm sure, maybe. I mean, movie tie-ins are always normally more miss than hit, and so maybe that is it, but I don't know. That's what I got. Maybe you could let me know, to you watching right now, whether you are or are not a massive RoboCop fan. Can you explain to me the hype behind what is going on with this trailer and why people are so excited about it? Please let me know and how you feel about it. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. All right, back to the battle. We only have like 5 more to go, y'all. We only have like 5 more to go. Let's curse this big old group over here. Five more battles or trailers? Trailers. And welcome in, Hope. I hope you're well. Thank you for the hydrate. All right, we got 2 Paladins, 1 Musketeer, and 2 Centurions, any of which can be yours for 420 channel points. Most kills going to AP10, followed by Alexis Machine. Most assists going to myself, tied with El Canadiano, followed by a 4-way tie between AP10, Lightbane, Fateful One, and X Rampage. I'm good. How's it going? Oh, we're rocking, Hope. We're rocking. Trying to record a ton of reactions because I'm going to be going on a short break soon, but I don't want the YouTube channel to not have a daily upload. So that means I have to prep all the videos. And boy, howdy! Boy, howdy. We're doing great. We're doing great. I'm feeling good. Voice is holding up just fine. We've been trucking through them. I felt like all of them have still been like quality videos. Like I haven't felt like because I'm trying to do a whole bunch that they haven't been like holding up, you know? Feel like it's going well. El Canadian with the Paladin, Scott Scabbers with the Musketeer, and Soulsbane with the Centurion. Whoa. We got a couple of villagers over there. The last healer I need to place. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well, but it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Putting in that work. I want to be a big boy content creator someday. Anyway, I'm fine. Fine. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. We'll see how time goes. Looking at stream raiders, though, I would like to try to end on this chest right here. So that would be 1.5 hours left. We'll see. See how all that goes. Might need to just hang out for a little while to finish out that last battle. Maybe we'll just grab an extra reaction or two just to fill the time and help pad out the days if we need to a little bit, you know? But let me see if there's anything else real quick for Sea of Stars. Announcement trailer. Did we watch this? No idea. Well, I haven't had any issues with Spotify doing its thing lately. The number of dropped frames is still the same, so okay. All right, here we go. All right. If you got them, drop in your YouTube swans. Say hi to YouTube, everybody. As we go into video 13. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out Sea of Stars. Now, I say checking out, I'm actually pretty well involved with Sea of Stars. I won't say involved, that's not the right word. I backed this game on Kickstarter like 4 fucking years ago. I forget when the initial Kickstarter was, but I have a copy of this already on its way. But I haven't seen the most recent announcement trailer or reveal trailer for it that was recently put out. And so, and I admit, I will back something on Kickstarter and then just write it out of my memory. Forget about it entirely. Like, well, I would like that to exist. Okay, thanks, bye. And then if I ever actually get it, cool. But I feel like if you don't set expectations too heavily on Kickstarters, then you aren't as ripe to be disappointed. So you're invested in it. That's a better word. I get that. That's a much better word, Eve. So I'm aware on a deeper level of what Sea of Stars is. But Sea of Stars also is important because it is really, the reason that I backed it also is because it's such a beautiful looking RPG that uses classic RPG design. If you want a comparison, like think of like old school Lunar Silver Star story, but made today, okay? And you're going to see in a couple of these trailers what I'm talking about, and I hope I get to see some new stuff in these trailers, because in terms of what I expect to be like just heralded as one of the great Kickstarter successes and one of those just like, this is an RPG that everyone should check out, that's largely what I'm expecting Sea of Stars to be, because it looks like they understand what they're making. So let's go. This is the official reveal trailer from like 2 years ago, but I wanted to give it as a start. You got some like Chrono Trigger looking setups right there where the characters jump into their position. Looks so good. Looks so good. Okay, this is the announcement trailer, and this is much more recent. This was just in July of this year, so 2 years of work between that trailer and this one. Really? Mitsuda is doing the composition for it? Speaking of Chrono Trigger, it's the guy that did Chrono Trigger's music. Wow. Okay. Congrats on getting Mitsuda. Holy shit. Of course, like I said, they had a very successful Kickstarter, and so, you know, they're probably like, well, we got enough money. Hey, Mitsuda, can we hire you? God, this looks so good. Well, that was cool as shit, too. You get to choose what you get from your level ups. God damn. You know, hang on. Is there anything past this? Okay, hang on. There's a little bit more. It did get pushed. It got delayed to 2023. They announced that like 8 months ago or something like that. They were originally hoping to release it this year. Okay. So, I would be like, instant day one purchase. I already bought it. I backed it on Kickstarter years ago. So I guess I can't really say that. But if I hadn't already Kickstarted it, man, it looks so freaking good. I do laugh a little bit to myself about being like, check out this Chrono Trigger shit. Then they're like, yeah, we got Chrono Trigger's Composer. Okay, I see you. But yeah, like, and that's what I was trying to communicate of like, if you're a fan of the old school RPG design, right? And we're talking about games, like I said, Lunar Silver Star Story, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasies like 4, 5, and 6, old school Dragon Warrior games, Dragon Quest, you know, that is what they are using as the basis for their creation for this game, but made in 2022 instead of 1992, right? And the amount of quality, it's beautiful. It looks great. It looks like a love letter to the games of the past. And I just really am entranced by it, because if I had to pick a genre of games that I love the most, it is absolutely RPGs. I love going on these grand adventures and being told these lovely stories with these interesting characters and just losing myself in a world. It's kind of like reading a really good book, but instead of reading the book, I'm getting to see this incredible world that's being presented to me. And this is just so much that. And I just love everything about it. I'm really excited to finally get to play this. Have I ever heard of the Papilio Croix game? Only in that I remember, if it's the games I'm thinking of, I remember wasn't like there was one of those on like the 3DS or something like that, and a physical copy of it is like $900 or something. I think if that's what I'm thinking of, then that's the only circumstance in which I have heard of them, is that there was a physical copy of like a not very well received version, or one that wasn't widely sold, that is hyper expensive to try to find now. And I think it was on one of the Nintendo handhelds. But that's the most that I know of. And I'm not even actually confident if that's the game that you're talking about, Eve. But I was thinking of the original one from 90s. No, I have no idea. Not a clue. It does not ring any immediate bells. But it could be something we could check out at some point. But that's Sea of Stars. I really love it. It looks beautiful. It looks fun. It looks like, to say again, a modern version of a classic. A modern classic. You know, just do what we've done in the past, but do it with the tools today, and do it in a beautiful and stunning way. Hopefully the story is good. I mean, but at least I can say the visuals and the gameplay looks great. But hopefully they also take us on a wonderful journey as well. I'm excited. I hope that you are too. But that's Sea of Stars. Let me know what your thoughts are on Sea of Stars. I know that there's been some other things revealed here and there. I've actually not been paying very close attention to Sea of Stars, not just because of the Kickstarter thing that I was talking about earlier, but because it's something that I would actually like to avoid spoilers for, because with RPGs, this type of story is one that I would generally just like to experience for myself, and I believe that they had like small little demos and stuff of it at some point recently, and I know that they're pretty active of providing Kickstarter updates, but I've just been ignoring them. And so, but if you have been involved with those, how are you sitting with Sea of Stars? Where do you feel about it? Or if this is your first introduction to it, how do you feel after getting to see those showcases and seeing what they're trying to pitch to you? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do go watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Yeah, I love the look of that. It just looks, it looks good. It looks good. Ow. Is Diofield Chronicles the one that just had the, like, a prequel on Xbox? Hang on, I gotta pop open Xbox real quick and look. How we got on this battle? What do we got in terms of time? 17 minutes, cool. Gives me a chance to look. I forget what it was called. Something Rising or something like that. The Eoden Chronicle Rising. No, this is for something different. Because there's a game called The Eoden Chronicle 100 Heroes. Hang on. Let me minimize that. Let's go over here. Eoden Chronicle Rising. Eoden Chronicle Rising is an action role-playing game. Rising is the first game to be released in the Eoden Chronicle series. But that's not the Diofield Chronicles. Eoden Chronicle 100 Heroes. Okay. Diofield Chronicle, Eoden Chronicle. God, not too far off, are they? Not too far off. Okay, but we'll go to the Diofield Chronicles. Hello, Cerulean. All right, on to the next one. On to the next one. So, oh wait, hat. All right. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are looking at the Diofield Chronicles. Diofield? I don't know. Feel free to correct me. I will not be offended. We'll go with the Diofield. Dio, here you go. Dio, you were expecting a cup of coffee, but it was me, Dio. The Diofield Chronicles. It's not a field, it's Dio. Don't mind me. That was a very large, unnecessary tangent. Either way, so we have two trailers, the debut trailer and the release date trailer. This is going to be a strategy RPG. I forget who it's coming from. Is this coming from freaking Square Enix? Ah, damn, Square Enix. Why you always got to be taking my money? Anyway, let's see if you're actually taking my money or not. So that's all I know so far. Is it's a strategy RPG, it's coming from Square Enix, and it's coming soon? I assume we have a release date, so let's find out. Let's jump in.
Is this really what you want?
And you are certain that what we are doing is best for the people of the kingdom?
Yes. I suppose it would, in a sense. True. Yes. It made me wonder. Am I still that same person?
The
era of myths gives way to an era of great turmoil. The continent was ravaged by the devastating war between the Empire and the Alliance. However, one nation remained unaffected by the chaos. The Kingdom of Alatane. Ward of the
because they're across the water.
looked destined to have its soil stained with the blood of battle.
We've finally been called up.
Interesting visual style.
We are to eradicate every last Imperial who comes ashore. Keep focused.
Come on, everyone!
Oh, weird. Okay.
And now you will die.
Do you really have such a yearning for war? I can't comprehend it.
Bahamut? Is that you? Again, interesting.
So
Who's
then,
this being made by?
What shall we do now?
We're going to retake it.
I realize it's Square
This is
Enix,
our
but it doesn't
chance
mean
while
it's
they
being
all
developed by
assemble.
Square Enix. It could just be being
Send our
published by
best
them.
and crush them.
That's right. All the more reason to avoid bloodshed. It also likely means that we're in danger. I suppose it is the only way for us to survive.
Okay. Let's go to the release date trailer. Let me take a look real quick in here. See if it says anything about... It doesn't say anything about a specific developer. Real-time tactical battle, a deeply strategic real-time battle system which is further enhanced with a gritty and immersive storyline that is crafted by a skilled and experienced development team, featuring unique character designs by Taiki, Lord of Vermilion 3 and 4, concept art by Isamu Kamikokurio, Final Fantasy 12 and Final Fantasy 13, and beautiful orchestrated music by world-renowned composers Ramin Djawadi and Brandon Campbell, best known for their work on Game of Thrones. Okay. The reason I asked is I was getting some Mistwalker vibes from it, but that would be very strange. I mean, I imagine for the sake of money, Mistwalker would probably accept a publishing agreement from Square Enix to make a game, but...
We are the Blue Foxes. Perhaps you've heard of us.
Nope. Sure have not.
Mercenary group based in Central Field.
This will be the Blue Fox's first long-distance deployment. Expect a major battle.
About 50 of them are inbound from the east, with 5,000 enemy soldiers thought to be on board.
Their aim is to break our lines, but we will stand firm to the bitter end.
We may even be able to take back Dagland if we pursue them now.
We'll hold them here.
We've a path now.
Taste my heel!
Jade has been used as a catalyst for ancient sorcery since before records began. It is bountiful here on Dio Field, but not on the mainland, where it fetches a pretty penny.
A resource war looms on the horizon. The terms they proposed were simply unacceptable. True shame.
This is a predicament of your own making.
I am well prepared. All I wish for is to keep
I
fighting
can't tell if I
alongside you.
like the character models or not. Like their design and style in terms of like their visual is like it almost feels like they're like dolls.
I asked you all to
But
lend
not
me
like
your
they got
strength.
doll faces, like they are a doll.
I simply can't resist any longer.
That has made me realize that I have lost sight of what I am fighting
Like
for.
almost like some Uncanny Valley
Surely
style
you
stuff,
know what has
or
become
like
of the
some
ordinary people of my
Coraline looking
area.
effects, you
How
know?
did you come to be so well versed in ancient sorcery?
That looks like a Pokemon.
Enough of this. We must be united against the Empire.
Is it not obvious? We must bring the traitor to justice.
So what will you believe in?
I'd really like a proper gameplay trailer. Like I want like a gameplay overview trailer September 22nd. God, there's so much coming out so soon. And the reason I say that is because, so the description that we read said it's a real-time tactical strategy game, which, I mean, if we looked at turn-based tactical strategy games, such as like Fire Emblem, Shining Force, Disgaea, XCOM, Mario plus Rabbids, right? Like, they are static, right? Things don't move in real time. But if we think of like what Square Enix has been doing with some of their other turn-based games, such as when they went to an active time battle system to where time keeps flowing, but you take actions within that time. And I think it might have been in that first trailer, not the second one. Because one of the things that I noticed was, let's get in here, right here at this little bridge scene here, was that they give their actions to move. Everyone is told to move forward, but then they like grab this horse, this knight guy, and it pauses for a moment while you give the commands of his special ability to charge through these guys. So I really want a gameplay overview to better understand the type of pitch and approach that we're going to have with the way that this gameplay works, because this looks static, right? This looks like time is stopped, and maybe they paused it so that you can give this move command, and then they start moving, but time is still going until you pause it to give another command. So it still fits in terms of like that turn-based tactical RPG, but you have to stop time when you want to give commands. That's just kind of what I'm guessing at in terms of the general presentation of what they showed off. Everything else, I'm still just like, especially like these scenes here, like right here, this guy's face just is concerning to me on a weird level, and hers isn't a whole lot better. But it's interesting though, because like while I felt very uncomfortable looking at these ones, when we got to this part here, these faces don't bother me. Like both those faces I enjoyed. Justice. Like these character models I thought looked fine right here between these two characters. But man, something about these ones when they're in like this war room, where'd they go? Something about these ones in this war room, they just look uncomfortable to me. Like
the terms they proposed were simply unacceptable. True shame.
This is a predicament.
Also, watch this dude's eyebrows snap to his new facial expression.
This is a predicament of your own making.
I am well prepared.
But see, in combat here, I'm guessing this is like a special ability that this person is using, this character model doesn't bother me. It's just these ones. There was also some in the first trailer that made me uncomfortable too in here. I'd have to like scan through and find them, but there was definitely a couple in there that I was like, I don't know if I like that. Looks a little uncomfortable. Is this area here? And it's like, this is the character that we saw at the end of the other one where they're hugging, but here it also looks like, this looks odd to me. It doesn't look bad. It just looks odd, and I don't understand why. And I'm sorry for getting so hung up on it, but just something seems strange about these models. And like I said, it could be that Uncanny Valley effect. I'm not sure. But man, this game comes out so soon. I'd probably enjoy it. I'd probably like to try it. Does this say what it's coming out on? It is coming out on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5 and 4, Xbox X and S, Xbox One, Steam, and Square Enix. Not Game Pass, which is a little unfortunate, but I understand not everything can come out on Game Pass as much as I would like it to. You know, the art style of an anime like Escaflowne and Fushigi Yugi feels like those anime getting transformed to 3D versions. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe it's the lighting. It could be. I don't know. It just something that just kind of felt wrong about it. Not necessarily bad. Like, I think they actually, if you just look at like the visual fidelity of a level, look good, but just something looked strange about it. I can't comment a whole lot else because it kind of looks like a fancy figure, but in a Toy Story movie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it kind of looks like a doll, but not meant to actually look like a doll. And like initially I was getting a little bit of Mistwalker vibes. I've been recently playing through Fantasian, the game from Horonobu Sakaguchi, the original creator of Final Fantasy, and it kind of reminded me of his style, and then I thought even more about it when right here, this like diorama looking effect of the battlefield. And then where is Bahamut at? Right here. So Bahamut's effect zooms out and it looks like a diorama, right? And that's what also made me think of of Fantasian, because all of Fantasian technically uses pre-rendered backgrounds like old school Final Fantasy VII used to use, or even games like Parasite Eve, but the dioramas that they use for those pre-rendered backgrounds, they actually made. There are physical versions of them that you can look at that they use to take the camera angles and stuff of the environments and Fantasian, and it kind of made me think of it here, especially with the way you can see this like vertical slice of the battlefield, and it even kind of feels the same way right here, like it was a model that was created and imaged. And maybe they did do that. Maybe they saw the way that Sakaguchi made Fantasian and were like, yeah, let's do that same thing. Like, in a way, you know, imitation is the purest form of flattery. I don't know. I would like to know. I would love a gameplay overview, though. That's the one thing that I genuinely want to see for the Diofield Chronicle. Did they say? They did say. They said in the second trailer what the pronunciation was, and my brain has already omitted it, but I'm interested. You have my attention, but I would really love just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Yeah. So what did you think, though? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Where do you sit on the Diofield Chronicles? Not Chronicles, I guess. Let me know. I'd love to hear from you. There's just a lot of questions that I have, mostly because like I want it to be good. I want it to be something that I want, but currently it doesn't sit in a camp that I don't want it or I do want it. It sits in the I'm not sure yet. So where are you sitting on it? Let me know down in the comments below. If you want to keep with the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Okay, it is time to change shirts. Where are we at on this battle? 1 minute left. Good job, me. What is the next one? Damn, why is it we don't get to see the show? Because I don't want to get banned. That's why. So don't want to get banned. Lunar Droid! Welcome in, Raiders! Sorry, busy rocking out to Yakuza. Thank you for the shout out already, Athena. You're playing Apex Legends? Hell yeah. Let me start this battle and then we can chat. You caught me at the perfect time, Lunar Droid. You've caught me at literally the perfect time. You couldn't have picked a better time. Good work. Welcome in the real one. No, the real one. I got it. I can read sometimes. Sometimes I can read. Lunar and friends are here to bring some love. Hello. Welcome in. Lille? Is that how we go with that? Lille? Thank you. Welcome in. Nipples are fine on stream as long as you start the stream with nipples on screen. The removal of shirts during the stream makes it bannable. Yep. Which is why I had to step over there to change shirts. How was it, Lunar Droid? How was Apex Legends? But everybody, welcome in. Thank you for joining the stream, joining in the raid. My name is Schwan. I'm a hyper variety streamer. I stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. We just got murdered in that battlefield horribly, but that's a conversation for something else. I'm a hyper variety streamer. If you come in, I like to talk. I talk a lot. I'd love to talk some more if you want to talk with me. So come in, check it out, see how you feel. If it feels like something you like, maybe drop a follow and I'll catch you in a future stream. But thank you for joining the raid with Lunar Droid. Lunar Droid funded stream, incredible streamer. Such a great vibe over there, just hanging out, playing games, doing what they want. They do a really good job. I know that you had a good time over there, and thank you for supporting them and supporting them enough to be willing to come over and join the stream over here. If it's not your vibe, totally understand. But thank you all the same for supporting Lunar Droid. You made a good choice with that one. What are these? Hang on. Armored. All right. Chompers! Chompers, help us! I am a Stream Raiders captain. If you would like to join in the battle, we place units together. We go to war. This is what it looks like, at least this particular battle. I placed a giant T-Rex war beast to try and help us win because we did just lose the last battle. Yeah. What are you talking about, band? There's literally ASMR people on this website I would consider a lot worse than changing a shirt. Yes, but it's about the specifics, Dimdin. It's about the specifics. Because you're allowed to wear a bikini on stream and write people's name on it and jump up and down, and that's perfectly fine. But if you reveal the nips, you're in trouble. This song right now that's playing, if you do exclamation point song, it'll give you the name. There you go. The song that I was listening to before was from Yakuza Like a Dragon. All right, but also to all of the people that raided in, what we are doing today is I'm actually going to be taking a short break at the end of this week, but I do have a YouTube channel, and on that YouTube channel, one of the things that I'm constantly posting, I have a video going up every single day, is reactions to video game trailers. And since I'm going to be taking a short break, I'm trying to get ahead to not have the YouTube channel miss a day of videos. So we've been reacting to gameplay trailers for the last 5 hours. We're actually getting closer to the end of that, and we're going to keep going. So the way that this works, though, is I'll read a trailer off of my head. We will check out the trailer together. I'm going to squeeze last that doesn't fit into this, so but I'll make the effort all the same. We check out the trailer together. We talk about the trailer. When it feels like it's time to go, then it's fine. And then I'll read an outro off my head. We'll make some faces. Face gets used in the thumbnail. Rinse and repeat. Please be welcome. You are welcome to share your opinion. It makes for a more interactive and dynamic experience when we have multiple people sharing their opinions and points of view of what's happening in the trailer, and that just allows for a more enjoyable watch for people later. That song ends so abruptly. Don't mind me. Anyway, so that's what's up. That's what's up. Thank you again, Lunar Droid, for the raid. And now let's see what's going on here. Thank you for the lurk, Dim Dan. All right. Yep, and if you are a subscriber, you already have access to this little YouTube swan. If you're not, you can unlock it for 100 channel points, which will allow you to put this little hi YouTube that we put up at the start of the video. All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan, and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the release date trailer for Dragon Ball The Breakers. Now, Dragon Ball The Breakers, we checked out previously, and I was nervous about it. It's a asymmetrical PvP game, the most popular of which of those you're going to think of is Dead by Daylight, where there's one killer trying to murder 4 survivors. And we've seen some other variations of this, some to greater or weaker success. We had the Predator Hunting Grounds game, we had Friday the 13th, we had crap, I was going to grab another one, but my brain has now lost what it was called. Oh, the one that died, which was Evolve. I mean, a lot of these don't consistently do well. The one of these that has continuously done the best is Dead by Daylight. We see some more people trying to get into this space. We have VHS, the Video Horror Society game that's coming out soon. I believe it's in early access now, so you no longer need special entry to be able to get in and to play it, where you're fighting against classic horror monsters. But then we saw this one come out, Prop Hunt, yes. Dragon Ball The Breakers, and the idea is that you are not Goku, you are not Vegeta, you are not, Piccolo or Gohan, but you are still being pursued by the villains from Dragon Ball. So you got people like Cell, you got people like Frieza and stuff, and they're trying to stop you, and you're trying to stop them. And the way that you stop them is by collecting up the pieces to power up a time machine to get rid of the person. And there's ways that you can get kind of like short, short powers that are reminiscent of popular characters, and I think you can even build up the power to become them for a short amount of time, so you can fight back against the killer, essentially. But when we were looking at this, it's actually a 1v6 game, and I was like, ooh, one of the problems that exists with a lot of these games is an imbalance of people trying to play one role over the other, which leads to drastically increased queue times. If you got too many people playing killer, then you have a very long wait time as killer and very short queue times as survivor, and vice versa. If everyone's queuing up to be a survivor, not enough people are killers, you got people waiting to play the survivors, and until finally enough people conclude their games and more killers queue in, and so on and so forth. And 1v6 can drastically exacerbate that issue, right? Because now you have more people that are needed on one side for the game to start. And it can just lead to an even larger amount of issues. The game also looked rough when we looked at it before, and I was like, man, take your time. Please take your time, because this has a lot of potential, right? You're taking a very well-known franchise, well-known villains, and a decently known formula, which could lead to a lot of success. But there's also been a lot of Dragon Ball games, and a lot of them are very bad. And so I was like, man, don't squander the opportunity that you have for yourself here, right? I don't know if it's gotten any better, and I don't know how soon it's coming out either. But they're going to tell us, so I'll shut up, and we'll let the trailer speak for itself.
Peggy 12.
I'm nervous, by the way. Hey, Rio, welcome in. Yeah, so the killer's objective is to keep evolving themselves until they reach a point where they can just defeat all of you. Like, so it makes, like, Cell was the one that they showed off the most in the original trailers, and as Cell gains strength, he obviously evolves and gets into Perfect Cell, which makes his ability to hunt you stronger and be able to stop you from assembling the time machine to be able to get rid of the villain, essentially. They showed very, very little of the actual game there. October 14th. That's so soon. And it's like, here's the thing, right? The little cutscene bits here at the beginning, like, these both look pretty good, but these are cutscenes. This is not the game. This is what the game looks like. The actual game does not look nearly, in terms of strictly physical quality, fidelity level, nowhere near as good. And, like, the animations are weirdly static, especially, like, when you see Frieza first show up and, like, he scratches his temple right here. It's like this weird, like, snap motion where you're like, man, there's so, like, oh, he's hitting the freaking scanner, right? And it's so chunky. The way that it goes up, and just, like, there's a lot of things here that make me concerned that they probably just didn't have a very good budget, right? But the gameplay breakdown looked like it had a chance of being decent. So, but it also looked like it had a large chance of being terrible. And I'm not given a whole lot of confidence by this either. Are they selling a collector's edition of this shit? It's a special edition. Okay, so you got the standard edition with the base game, special edition with a costume, a vehicle skin, and a victory pose. And then available for both standard special editions on the pre-order is an Android 18 Transphere with a skill wall kick. This is how you essentially take on the persona of one of the main heroes for a short time. And then a visual of the blue hero scouter. And then what is this? Okay, and then it goes even farther to have a Cell Shell figure for, like, a limited edition version. Comes with stickers, a steelbook, the figure, the game, and then the other stuff that we saw. Okay. Just give your allies some back rubs. They probably wanted to get out before the holiday season. Yeah, I know, but, like, do they want it to fail? Who needs 7 Dragon Balls to revive allies? You actually can. The Dragon Balls are in the game, Cerulean. But what you can do is when you assemble the Dragon Balls, you can... So both, either the killer or the civilians can get the Dragon Balls. And if the civilians get the Dragon Balls, you can, like, wish for, like, a piece of the time machine power to remove one of the levels of the villain or a couple of different things. And then the villain can do similar things of, like, take away a piece of the time machine, wish to evolve another step, and a couple other stuff. I don't remember it very, very clearly because we did check out that other trailer quite a while ago, but it was like, you have a lot of decent elements here. The problem that we had was, one, the 1v6, I definitely am concerned will be a breaking point for the game because of what is needed for that to operate. You need a large player base, and you need that player base to essentially lean more towards wanting to be civilians than the villain. But given that the villains are going to be always their iconic selves, I'm not sure if that'll be the case. I'm worried there's going to be a really long queue time for villains. I mean, it's good if you end up wanting to be a civilian, because then you can probably get into matches fast, as long as there's enough civilians queuing up that you can fill up those lobbies as soon as you queue them, right? But the general quality of the game looked mid at best. Mid at best is what I'm going to go with, of, like, you've got this foundation, but you're not actually going to, I'm going to guess, spend the money to build the actual framework that will allow this game to be something larger than what I think it's going to be. And that's unfortunate. You hadn't heard of this game before? Now you have, Lunar Droid. Welcome to a concern. And so, man, it'll be interesting. It won't be a surprise that the Dragon Ball game I enjoyed the most is Budokai. Because of story stuff, Eve? Have you tried Kakarot yet, I guess is a question, since that's a very story-focused Dragon Ball game. But this didn't help confidence for me much. I was hyper skeptical with the last one we watched, and it is not improved upon at all here. And that's unfortunate because I genuinely wish that it was, but it is not. And it is not a game that I'll be picking up day one. I will be waiting to see what the general reception of this is. I hope that it's good because it'd be cool. There's some concepts in here that are breaking themselves out, but this is such a hard field to get into. I mean, we recently had the Evil Dead game, and it like went, yeah, and then faded very, very quickly because it requires a specific brand of magic and support and continued push from the developers and a continued push on marketing for these games to get a genuine footing, especially when you're looking at trying to take down a juggernaut like Dead by Daylight, because ultimately this space is still fairly niche and you're looking at a very specific style of gameplay that you're trying to break into. I mean, we can talk about how hard it is to break into like the battle royale genre, but ultimately the games that make up the battle royale genre are trying to offer slightly different things between like PUBG, Apex Legends, Warzone, and Fortnite. They are different enough from one another that they are all existing mostly alongside one another. But a lot of other games that have tried to push into that genre are really having, they struggle to find a strong footing against those four pillars of the genre. And that's a shooter genre, which is massive, right? And here you're specifically looking at asymmetrical asymmetrical PvP games, which is such a smaller world. And if you don't do it right, you are just destined to fail. And like this could succeed because you got a really good franchise, then you got these iconic, memorable characters that a lot of people know, but if you don't do it right, you're setting yourself up for failure. It's like they're dipping their toe in the genre, yeah, but I wish they would just dive in. I understand why they're not because of like the difficulty of what I just described, but I feel like if you don't dive in, you are just making your chances of success even lower. It needs constant attention like battle passes. I mean, even battle passes run the risk sometimes. Some people really hate those. So even Dead by Daylight has issues with retention because of keeping constant interest. I think one of the things that Dead by Daylight does do at least decently is they have gotten to a good rhythm of updates. Like you see a new killer and or survivor every 3 months, which is actually a pretty damn good turnaround schedule for content. And we'll see what they manage with Dragon Ball: The Breakers. I have hope, but it will not be something that I personally will be investing in right out the gate because this does not build my confidence at all. But where do you sit on Dragon Ball: The Breakers? I'd love to hear from you. If you are involved with the asymmetrical PvP space, leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you're somebody that's been experienced in those other games that we just rattled off a whole bunch of constant information about, is this something you're like, yeah, maybe this will be the one? Because I know that like Video Horror Society, people are like, this is great, but I haven't seen a whole lot of buzz around it since. As I mentioned, the Evil Dead, the game, went, yeah, and now I've not heard anything about it. Maybe people are still playing it, but I know one of the issues that game had was it being relegated to the Epic Games Store. That can make or break games. Often it doesn't do well for them, but that is what it is. What do you think about Dragon Ball: The Breakers? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. Speaking of Discord, we actually have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can watch together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. Yeah. It's rough. It's rough. No Super Saiyan pose? If I was excited about it, maybe, but I'm not. So, not this time, I guess. It didn't deserve the pose. Exactly. All right, on to the next. On to the next. Technically 2 left. I might add 1 more. That's why Eodin Chronicles is over here. I'll take a look after we're done to see what kind of videos are up for this in terms of trailers beyond the initial reveal one. And if there's a decent one, we might go ahead and snap that one onto the end as well. Okay. Greetings and salutations. My name is Michael Schwan and welcome to the channel. We have some more reaction content for you, and today we are checking out the official Batgirl character trailer for Gotham Knights. Now, we checked out a lot of stuff concerning Gotham Knights before. It was like the Red Hood and Nightwing gameplay like showcase where they showed off like a little bit of some different missions and how those characters worked. And like the game looked okay, right? And I was like, I don't know where this is actually going to land, because it felt like it kind of wanted to like have like almost Arkham style gameplay, but if you took like Arkham mixed with like Insomniac's Spider-Man and smushed them together, but those two styles don't mesh very well. They're not the same puzzle pieces, right? It much like a puzzle piece that you like got it to go into the spot, but it's not quite the right spot, so it's fitting together very uncomfortably, or like illegal builds in Lego where there's just some tension and some stress, and that can lead to a very awkward gameplay experience. And that's a lot of what I was getting through when we saw that initial gameplay for Gotham Knights. But now, one of my favorite things in video games is powerful women. And I love playing as the powerful female character and just beating wholesale ass and just being like, this woman is awesome. She's a badass. She's strong. She can take care of shit herself. And so Batgirl being one of the character options, I was like, I need to see Batgirl. And we finally are getting to see Batgirl. And you know, maybe Batgirl will be the thing that goes from me being tentative about the game to being like, I will play this just to play as Batgirl. But I don't know. So let's find out. The guns was using some weird bullets. That's right, yeah. Super weird bullets.
If there's one thing I've learned about Gotham City, it's that people need symbols. Something to believe in.
What was that?
What happened to Jason? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Just keep breaking into the armored truck. Ow! It's very cinematic so far.
Protecting people runs in my veins.
You just straight up Superman punch that guard.
No matter what alias I go by, that's who I am. That's who I'll always be. Gotham
a lot
has
of different
called.
visual styles.
And I have answered.
The costumes all are like similar to one another, but they're quite different at the same time, right? Man, like it was a really good cinematic trailer, right? Obviously, it wasn't cinematic in the way that like there were only using like pre-rendered effects.
Custom bat cycle.
No, I'm okay, thank you though. But I am sad that we didn't get to see very much actual like proper gameplay. We did see a decent amount back during that Red Hood Nightwing showcase, but I was hoping to see some here too, because I wanted to see a little bit more of like how it looked like Batgirl played in the actual game. Magic bullets, nods. Yeah, Red Hood was straight up shooting people, and they're talking about, like, it doesn't actually kill them. They're just sleeping. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and Batgirl full on, like, jump dropping a baton across somebody's head to the point where their head now is looking at their back. They're fine. They'll just have a sore neck when they wake up. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be cool. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That said, this looked neat, although I do really wish that we got to see a little bit more. October's not far away. Like, it's the end of October, so, we got, like, 10, 13 weeks until this game is out, so maybe we'll get... I mean, we still have to see the Robin character trailer, although it is interesting that Robin and Nightwing are both in the same game, but conversation for later. But regardless of that, I want to see a little bit more, especially of, like, actual gameplay of how Batgirl plays. And because I feel like the way that they present that's going to be really important, because it looks rocky right now, especially with it being focused on this team-oriented gameplay. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does put an additional strain on what the overall, like, reception of it is going to be. So, I don't know. I am happy to see Batgirl. She looks really cool. She looks like she could be a lot of fun, but the general game itself I am a bit concerned about. Does this say what all this is going to be on? Xbox. At least that's what this is from. Is this going to be on Game Pass? Let's take a quick little looks. Gotham Knights Game Pass. Is Gotham Knights coming to Game Pass? It will not appear on Game Pass. Okay. I would have been much more willing to try it if it was on Game Pass, just because if it was, then it'd be really easy for me to just try it and see if it's something that I liked. But alas, that is not the case. But it is at least cool to see Batgirl. She looks really cool. I liked all of her costumes. She looks really badass. Her abilities look neat. But it'll be a question of if they're actually enjoyable to play as a whole within the game. So, where are you sitting on Gotham Knights? Because I know when it was very first revealed, everyone was like, yeah! And then they showed off some more actual gameplay, and we were like, okay. Maybe. We went from yeah to maybe, and I'm still sitting on a weak maybe. So let me know. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you want to keep up the conversation elsewhere, two great places to do so are Discord and Twitter. And speaking of Discord, we have a channel dedicated to these reactions where you can place links of your own that we can check out together live on stream, because we do stream 4 days a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and I would love to see you there. If you enjoyed this video, please leave it a like. If you want to catch future videos, please subscribe to the channel. And if you do watch one of the other videos on the channel, or if I see you in the live stream, thank you and enjoy. At least this trailer for Batgirl hypes me up to maybe player. Redwood, Nightwing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if I do play this game, I will almost assuredly play as Batgirl. But I'm not sure if it hypes me up very much to play this game, you know? There are so few superhero games with women as the main protagonists that get proper attention. Just superheroes in general, even. True. We got the Wonder Woman game coming at some point. Hopefully that game's good. The Justice League game that's coming out. No. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, whatever it's called. You got Harley Quinn at least in there. I'm getting so hungry. frustrating. It's like women's sports. They don't get enough attention, funding, and support. Yeah, no kidding. It's like the highest paid person in the NBA is paid like, it's something absurd. It's like $22 million a year or some absurd fucking number. The highest paid WNBA player is paid like $250,000 a year. Bitching about what is it? What is it? The 84 cents? Is that what it is? 84% on average? I forget the exact number of the pay differential between women and men, but when you look at professional sports and it's literally magnitudes of hundreds of times, it's like, oh, he only makes 100 times what I do, even though we're both on the same skill level and playing the same sport, and I've actually won more championships than he has. Mm. 83 cents. Okay. I knew I was close. What's happening over here? Oh, they're going after that villager. Okay. Yeah, money! 200 gold that can be used for 1,669 channel points. Most one flying rogue can be used for 420 channel points. Most skills going to AP 10 with 25, followed by Hope with 9. Most assists going to Contender with 10, followed by AP 10 with 7. Going random on the scroll and the gold in 5. You know, I mentioned doing one more. I have it queued in here. Think I'm going to drop it. And I will see how many I have, what it schedules out to, and we do still have Tuesday to try and make up what we need. Because I think I only actually needed to do 16 today, and I believe we just did number 17. So, going random. Athena with the gold, Hope with the flying rogue. And that means we can start on this 2 skull chest on Tuesday. And then we have this loyalty scroll chest and only 4 battles to get to the super boss. Super boss. Super boss. Rigged as hell, I know. All right. Woo! That was a journey, everyone. Let's go take a look and see who's streaming right now. Lixie's streaming. What's Lixie up to? Lixie is doing giveaways on a sponsored event for their 2-year Stream Raiders anniversary. Okay, that's good. That's a good one. I like that. Zamoody's still playing some 7 Days to Die, getting him some food. Right on. Eboshi is playing some Children of Morta. I'm going to take a look and see what's going on where in the Stream Raiders category. If I knew how to type, I mean, you know. Maddie, hello. Welcome in, friend. Sass Lambo has a birthday and charity skin-a-thon going on. Their first ever skin-a-thon. A birthday stream. Wait, there's 2 skin-a-thons happening today. Both Sass Lambo and Daveness are both having skin-a-thons. Did I make it to the very end? You did. You did. Is that something that's happening now? Is double skin-a-thons on the same day? All right. Well, we'll go celebrate the 2-year streamiversary, 2-year Stream Raiders anniversary party with Lixie. I made it to the end, and I am exhausted and surprised I'm still awake. Considering it's 1:30 in the morning for you, Eve, Yes. Sometimes the 24-hour one will overlap. Okay. I guess that makes sense. All right, everybody. Those are my socials. Wait. It didn't... Hello? Those are my socials. Please follow me on Twitter. Come join the Discord. We just did like 17 reactions in a row. We did it, y'all. We did it. We did it. So this is the raid message. If you're not a subscriber, you can unlock that Raid Swan emote for 100 channel points. It'll unlock it for the next 24 hours, which will also allow you to use it on the raid. And we're going to go raid Lixie. So that said, everybody, I should be back on Tuesday. We'll probably be doing a couple reactions if I need to make up the time. Otherwise, we're just going to fill in the day with like multiverses or something like that before getting into actual like Let's Play playthroughs, because I am going to be taking a short break starting on the 4th of August, Thursday, and that'll be going through August 14th. I don't know if I'll be back on the 16th, which is that Tuesday. I might end up delaying until the 18th, but we'll just see how everything goes and what actually happens. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with me through all of this, helping me record these videos, providing your opinions and input and everything. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for your continued support, and I will see you next time. So, have a good time, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day, whatever else you have going on. If you're going to bed, sleep well, all of that. I'm glad you caught the end, too, as well, Minimal. I was talking about you earlier and how awesome you are. It was all good things, I swear. No, you. Big fan. Love your work. All right, let's go. Bye, El Canadiano. Bye, Hope. Bye, Cerulean. Bye, Eve. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much again.